I greet the loving earth beneath our feet. I greet the stars in the sky, the moonlight in all her beauty. And I greet you, dear listener. You honor me with the gift of your company this night. Congratulations for making it through another day. Whether you come tired, restless, or curious, the night has made space for you. If what we create here together resonates with you, feel free to like and subscribe, or simply say hello in your native tongue and tell me where you've joined me from, so that I, myself, may look up in the night and know we all bathe in the same moonlight, and share in the comfort that we are all children of the cosmos, listening to stories of old, as our ancestors did before us. If the stories I tell come from your tribe, I beg, forgive my dull tongue if I miss any words, and know that I speak them with sharp admiration for the culture that birthed such beautiful stories. And just between us, I know a certain deity that loves Crossroads. So if your thoughts wander into an intersection, do not worry. That is simply him pointing you gently back to rest. Tonight we are going to walk through a map. Not a map of roads, not a map of borders, not a map that asks you to remember complicated turns. This is a softer map, the kind you can hold like a cloth in your hands, the kind you can fold and unfold without urgency. It is a map from the Yoruba tradition, a calm way of describing the universe, the seen world, and the unseen world, and in the middle, the many presences that carry messages back and forth. In some homes, those presences are spoken of with songs, in some homes with prayers, in some homes with stories told slowly, like the way you stir a pot so it does not burn. And because stories travel and names travel, you may have heard of these presences in other places. In Cuba, in Brazil, in the Caribbean, or in a book, or in a song. But tonight, we will keep it gentle. We will not rush. We will not argue about which version is the only version. We will simply notice the shapes of the ideas, like a person noticing clouds. Before we begin, take a moment to notice your breath. In the Yoruba language, breath is often spoken of as emi. It is more than just air. It is the small sign that life is still moving through you. Notice it now, the way it enters without effort. Cool, steady, and the way it leaves, warm, slow, emi, in and out. You do not have to control it. You do not have to force it into a pattern. It knows what to do. And as you follow that rhythm, we can begin to lay the map down in front of us. Now very gently, let us name two spaces. In many Yoruba tellings, the universe is spoken of as having two broad rooms, not rooms with walls, not rooms with doors you can touch, but rooms in the sense that your mind can rest inside a simple shape. The first is called Orun, and the second is called Ashé. We can take our time with these two words. We can treat them the way we treat stones in a pocket. Turn them over. Feel their weight. Orun is often translated as the sky. But tonight, let us not rush to picture a blue ceiling. Let us picture something softer. Picture the feeling of above, not above in the sense of height, but above in the sense of distance, the way the far horizon feels when you look toward it, the way a star feels, present but untouchable. That is one texture of Orun. And Ashé is often translated as the earth, the world we live in, the place of feet, the place of cooking fires, the place of names. But again, we can keep it soft. We do not need to picture every street and every hill. We can simply picture the feeling of here, the feeling of weight, the feeling of contact. And you can think of it this way. When you breathe in, there is space. When you breathe out, there is contact. Space and contact. Orun and Ashé. In some old stories, these two rooms were once much closer. So close that the distance between them was like the distance between your hand and the table. And in some tellings, people could reach up and break off a piece of the sky and eat it like a gift that did not need a fire. And the source gave one gentle rule: do not take more than you can finish. And in the story, someone takes too much and tries to hide the leftovers. And so the closeness does not last. The sky pulled back, not with anger like a storm, but with the slow inevitability of a tide. And the result in the story is a universe with a little more space in it, more room for echoes, more room for messages to travel. Because once there is distance, there is also the need for bridges. And this is where another word arrives, the word Òrìṣà. In many accounts, the Òrìṣà are the presences who move between the rooms, not only between sky and earth, but between the unseen and the seen, between the idea and the object, between the prayer and the answer. And the Òrìṣà, in the way we will speak of them tonight, are not a list to memorize. They are a system, like a network of streams, like a set of tools on a wall, each tool made for a particular kind of work. So as we walk, we will not rush. We will take note. We will notice textures. And every so often, we will remind ourselves where we are. We are holding a soft map. Now let us place one more idea on our map. In many Yoruba accounts, there is a supreme source. The kind of source that does not need to argue its supremacy. The kind of source that simply is. One common name for that source is Olodumare. You may also see the name Orun in some contexts. And in some diaspora tellings, you may hear the name Ohlofi. Tonight we will not try to force these names into a single box. We will treat them like labels on drawers, labels that help different communities organize the same feeling of vastness. And that feeling is this: there is a source that is not a person in the small sense, not a neighbor, not a king with a chair, more like a reservoir, more like the deep water under a river's surface. You do not see it directly, but you know it is there because the river keeps moving. And when people speak of this source, they often speak of a power that moves through everything. In Yoruba, that word is Ashé. Ashé is sometimes translated as power, or authority, or the ability to make things happen. But again, tonight we will keep it gentle. Think of Ashé as the current in the wire. You do not have to see electricity to know that a lamp can glow. Think of Ashé as the warmth in a cooking pot. You do not have to see the fire itself to know that the soup will simmer. And think of Ashé as a small permission inside a seed. The permission to become a leaf, the permission to become a flower, the permission to become fruit. Ashé is the yes in the universe. And if Olodumare is the source, then Ashé is what the source feels like when it touches the world. Now, here is a useful quiet thought. In many accounts, Olodumare is not approached directly in the same day-to-day way as the Òrìṣà. Not because the source is harsh, but because the source is vast. It is like trying to hold the ocean in a cup. So the story gives us intermediaries, channels, roads, doors. And those channels are the Òrìṣà. You can imagine them as specialized tools. If you want to cut a path, you use iron. If you want to calm a quarrel, you use sweetness. If you want to see your destiny clearly, you use wisdom. The source is one, the work is many. And it is worth noting softly that this is one reason outsiders sometimes misunderstand the system. They see many names and assume many separate universes. But the Yoruba framing in many tellings is closer to this. One universe, one source, many functions. And we can let that idea soothe us. It means you do not have to carry everything at once. You can hand different kinds of work to different kinds of help. You can rest inside a system. And now, with the realms named and the source placed gently above them, we can begin our slow roll call of the presences who do the moving. There is a phrase you may hear when people speak about the Òrìṣà. They may say there are 400, and then they may add one more. 400 plus 1. It is a beautiful way of counting, because it is not really a number the way we use numbers in a grocery store. It is a sacred way of saying many, countless, more than you can comfortably hold in your mind at once. It is like saying there are leaves on a tree. You can count some leaves, you can count many leaves, but there is always one more leaf you did not notice. And that final plus one is the leaf you did not notice. It is the reminder that the world is bigger than the list. And there is a second reminder spoken softly in some lineages. The mothers, Ahje, Eya Me. In some tellings, they are the deep power of womb and earth, sometimes described as the bird of the night. Not as a threat, as a balance. In the lore, even bright and loud presences learn humility in front of the mothers. And this is one root of the word coolness. Tutu, the kind of calm that keeps the world livable. So tonight we will not treat the Òrìṣà as a class roster. We will not try to memorize. We will not try to force every name into a neat line. Instead, we will do what a sleepy mind does best. We will notice patterns. We will notice categories. We will notice the way a system holds many things without becoming loud. And as a gentle organizing method, we can imagine the Òrìṣà as a set of stations. Stations on a long road between Orun and Ashé. Some stations are doors. Some stations are rivers. Some stations are tools. Some stations are winds. And you do not have to visit every station tonight. You will visit a handful of major ones, just enough to feel the shape of the map under your feet. And tonight we will move slowly. We will make our rounds the way a night watchman makes rounds, quietly, without drama. So let us begin with a station that is always first, the station of the gate. In many accounts, before any message can travel, a gate must be acknowledged. And in the Yoruba system, the gate has a name, Eshu. You may also hear names like Elekba or Elegua, especially in diaspora traditions where the names traveled and adapted. But the function stays steady. The gatekeeper, the messenger, the one who stands where paths meet. It is worth noting softly that there is a common misunderstanding here. Some colonial-era writings tried to force Eshu into the shape of a devil. But in the Yoruba logic, in many tellings, Eshu is not a simple villain. Eshu is the principle that a message has to pass through a doorway. And doorways have rules, and choices have consequences. Now, we can describe the crossroads in a very ordinary way. Picture a quiet intersection at night. No cars, no hurry. Just 4 directions laid out on the ground like a simple drawing. And in the center, a small still point. The place where you pause. The place where you decide. That pause is part of the system. And Eshu lives in that pause. In stories, Eshu is often described as playful. Not playful like a loud child, but playful like the wind that turns a page when you did not mean to turn it yet. The wind is not evil, but it does change what you are looking at. And one famous teaching story uses a hat that is red on one side and black on the other. 2 friends see the same hat from different sides. One swears it is red, the other swears it is black. And the argument grows, not because the world is broken, but because each person assumes their view is the whole view. The lesson is gentle, perspective is real, and humility is useful. For our purposes, we can let that lesson become a quiet refrain. You do not have to hold the whole world. You only have to hold your side of the hat, and you can let the other side be for now. And there is another gentle function of Eshu. In many traditions, Eshu is greeted first, not because Eshu is highest, but because gates are practical. If you want to enter a room, you start with the door. So people offer small things, simple gifts, sweetness, oil, toasted corn, not as a bribe exactly, more like a way of saying we are not forcing our way in. We are knocking gently. And so with the gate acknowledged, our map becomes easier to walk, because the road is open. And now, with the road open, we can visit a station that is not a door, but a quiet table. The table of wisdom. Let us stay with the idea of the crossroads a little longer, because crossroads are not only road intersections. Crossroads are a general pattern. They are where one thing becomes another. And in many accounts, Eshu is associated with this pattern. So we will do a threshold noticing. Not an exciting exercise, no. A quiet one. Threshold 1. The threshold of a doorway. You step in, you step out. It is the simplest kind of boundary. Threshold 2. The threshold of morning. It is night. Then it is not. Threshold 3. The threshold of a sentence. You have a thought. then you decide whether to speak it. Threshold 4. The threshold of a phone ringing. Before you answer, anything can happen. After you answer, something has begun. Threshold 5. The threshold of a pot on a fire. Raw becomes cooked. And it becomes cooked in stages, not all at once. And now, the marketplace. In many tellings, the marketplace is one of the domains associated with Crossroads energy. Because the marketplace is where paths meet. Not only roads, lives, intentions, needs. And the marketplace is a good place for this kind of telling because it can be described as logistics. We do not need to dramatize it. We can count it like an accountant. A market table in a few images. Yams stacked like heavy brown books. Peppers in a small red pile, bright but silent. Dried fish laid flat like paper. Kola nut bitter and useful. Salt in a small cup, white and necessary. The sounds, no. Coins or notes exchanged. Bags rustling. Footsteps on dust. A low hum of bargaining that becomes at distance like waves. The movements. Someone lifting a bowl. Someone tying a knot. Someone counting. Someone making change slowly, carefully. And if your mind is restless, the marketplace gives it a small job. It can count. It can sort. It can arrange. This is what thresholds do. They make the mind pause. And in that pause you can rest. And now, with the marketplace picture complete, we can return again to the quiet teacher. Because after many choices, wisdom is welcome. There is a kind of wisdom that does not shout. It does not arrive like lightning. It arrives like a lamp being turned on slowly. In many Yoruba accounts, the Orisha associated with this kind of patient knowledge is Orunmila, and the system of consultation is called Ifa. If you have never seen Ifa, you can still picture its mood. Picture a low room, cool air, soft shadows. Picture a wooden tray, not ornate in a loud way, just well used. The kind of wood that has been touched by many hands. And picture a person sitting patiently, not in a hurry to impress you, not trying to perform, just listening. In some communities, the diviner is called a Babalú-Ayé, and the point is not to predict your life like a spectacle. The point is to help you align, to help you choose a steadier road. And this brings another important Yoruba idea onto our map. The idea of good character. Iwa pehle. Good character is not an abstract moral lecture here. For our purposes, you can treat it as a texture. Coolness, balanced. The ability to be gentle even when you could be sharp. And Ifa in many tellings is a way of returning to that texture, not by force, but by repetition. Now there is a part of Ifa that sounds complicated if you stare at it too hard. It involves patterns, signs, and a corpus of verses. So let us make it sleepy. We will not do mathematics tonight. We will do filing. Picture a cabinet with drawers. Each drawer has a label, and inside each drawer are many small stories. Those labels are called Odu, and people often speak of 16 principal Odu. We can treat the 16 like a set of calm headings, not strict definitions, just moods. So let us take a slow set of 16 labels. You do not have to remember them. You can let them pass like beads through the fingers. OGB, the feeling of light, the feeling of an open window. Oyeku, the feeling of darkness, the feeling of a closed room that is still safe. Iwori, the feeling of two things at once, the feeling of looking into water and seeing two skies. Odi, the feeling of returning, the feeling of a wheel. Erosun, the feeling of lineage, the feeling of a family name spoken quietly. Awonrin, the feeling of movement, the feeling of a cloth shifting in wind. Obara, the feeling of strength that does not need to boast. Okanran, the feeling of caution, the feeling of reading signs before stepping forward. Ogunda, the feeling of clearing, the feeling of cutting a path through brush. Osa, the feeling of sudden change, the feeling of weather turning. Ika, the feeling of complexity, the feeling of choosing words carefully. Oturupon, the feeling of healing, the feeling of the body knitting itself back together. Otura, the feeling of spirituality, the feeling of quiet vision. Irete, the feeling of choice, the feeling of long consequences that are not scary, just real. Ose, the feeling of abundance, the feeling of a bowl being filled. Ofun, the feeling of completion, the feeling of coming back to the source. And if you noticed, some of these labels sound like weather, some sound like tools, some sound like moods. That is part of the sleep-friendly beauty of the system. It is a filing cabinet that holds both the sky and the human heart. And as we leave the quiet table of Ifa, we can remember where we are. We are walking a soft map. We are not rushing. And the next station we visit is the station of form, the station of cool white cloth. There is another idea in Yoruba thought that is very useful here. It is useful because it makes the world smaller. Not smaller in a sad way, smaller in a manageable way. The idea is called Ori. Ori literally means head. But in many tellings it also means something like inner head. The part of you that is quietly responsible for your path. You can think of Ori as the most intimate altar. Not an altar in the sense of objects and candles. An altar in the sense of a private agreement. An agreement between your life and your direction. In some teachings, it is said that before a person comes to Ashé, they choose their destiny in Orun. They choose a path the way a traveler chooses a road. Not because the road will be easy, but because the road will be theirs. Then the person arrives in Ashé, and like many newborns, they do not remember the choice. But the choice remains inside, quietly, without shouting. That is Ori. And this idea changes the way we think about the Òrìṣà, because it suggests something gentle. The Òrìṣà can help. The Òrìṣà can guide. The Òrìṣà can open roads and bring tools. But the person still has to walk, and the person still has an inner agreement to honor. For now, this is comforting. It means you are not only at the mercy of external forces. There is a quiet compass inside you. And even when you are tired, the compass remains. Now, if your mind likes to worry at night, it might ask a question. What if I do not know my destiny? What if I chose a road and I forgot it? And the Yoruba answer in many tellings is not harsh. The answer is practice, alignment. Good character, Iwa Pele. Good character here is like keeping your room clean. Not spotless, not perfect, just clear enough that you do not trip. It is also like keeping your water pot covered so dust does not fall into it. And Ifa, the system associated with Orunmila, is often described as a way of checking alignment. Not tell me the future like a performance. More like helping me walk straighter. Now we can turn Ori into a small meditation. Place your attention at the top of your head. You do not need to move anything. Just notice. Notice the weight of your skull. Notice how it is held by the pillow or by the air or by the quiet support of your neck. Imagine that inside the head is a small room. Not crowded, not noisy, just present. Imagine a small lamp in that room. Not bright, not sharp, a warm lamp. That lamp is the feeling of Ori. And you do not need to know the whole map tonight. You only need to keep the lamp from being knocked over. That is enough. And now, with the inner head placed gently on the map, we can place another foundation. The foundation of ancestors. There is a kind of support that you rarely notice while it is working. It is like the foundation of a house. You do not praise the foundation every day. But if the foundation is missing, everything feels unstable. In many Yoruba teachings, ancestors are that foundation. And one word often used is Egun. Now, in many communities, the relationship to ancestors is not spooky. It is practical, respectful, like greeting elders. And if you prefer to keep this story very gentle, you can treat ancestors as memory. Not only memory in the mind, memory in the body. The way your hands move like someone before you. The way you laugh like someone before you. The way you know how to make food or how to comfort someone, even if no one taught you in words. That is ancestral inheritance. And in many tellings, it is said that before interacting with the Òrìṣà, you acknowledge the ancestors. Again, we can keep it practical. You greet the house before you greet the guests. You greet the roots before you praise the fruit. And this idea, too, is good for sleep. Because it means you are not alone in your life. Even when you feel alone, you are the continuation of many breaths. Now let us do a simple check the way we have been noticing all night. A few small things that come from ancestors. A proverb you heard as a child. a recipe that uses the same motion, stirring in the same direction, a way of greeting, a way of tying cloth, a way of carrying a load on the head without spilling, a way of praying even if your words have changed. And some ancestry is not only blood. Some ancestry is community, teachers, neighbors, people who fed you, people who corrected you, people who showed you quietly how to be a person. In some diaspora traditions, you may hear a saying that the dead give birth to the Òrìṣà. We do not have to turn that into a literal argument. We can treat it as a sleep-friendly truth. Your spiritual life grows out of your roots, and your roots are older than your worries. Now, if you like, you can let your mind do something simple. Think of one person who helped you become who you are. You do not need to tell the whole story. Just picture their hands, their voice, their presence, and let that memory be quiet. And now, with the foundation placed, we can return to the Òrìṣà again. Because now we can meet them not as strangers, but as part of a house that already exists. There is an Òrìṣà whose presence is often described as cool. Not cool like fashionable, cool like shade, cool like clean water in a clay pot. In many accounts, that presence is Obatala. And tonight, we can treat Obatala as a material, white cloth, chalk, bone, structure without noise. In creation narratives, Obatala is often associated with the shaping of human bodies, the patient work of making a face out of earth. And in many tellings, the breath of life, Amy, is granted by the Supreme Source. So the sequence becomes calm and procedural, form, then breath. Now, because stories have many branches, it is useful to say gently in some tellings. In some tellings, the work of making land and the work of shaping bodies have multiple hands. Odùduwà may appear as a completion figure or a sovereignty figure. And the story becomes not only cosmology but also a mirror of political memory. Tonight, we do not need to settle that debate. We can simply say that many communities remember the early world as a project. And projects have steps. So let us picture the project in the simplest and sleep-friendly way. Picture a world that is not yet firm, not a continent, not a city, not even a path, just a wide, wet possibility. And picture a descent. In many tellings there is a chain, gold, link by link. And in the braid of descent there is earth in a container. Sometimes it is described as a snail shell. And there is a bird. In some versions, a hen. In some versions, a dove or pigeon. And the bird performs a simple action, scratching, spreading, turning one pile of earth into a broader surface. This is how the myth becomes a construction memory. Pattern, one chain, one container of earth, one bird with working claws, and then slowly a place is formed. In many tellings, the place is Ile-Ife, and we can notice the early ground the way you might notice a clean room. We do not need mountains yet. We can start with textures. The top layer, dry, powdered, the layer beneath, damp, cool. The first shallow ridges where the birds scratching left patterns. The first small slope where water would later learn to run. And then the next part of the project, the shaping of bodies. We can picture hands working clay the way a potter works clay. Press, smooth, turn, press again. And in one widely known cautionary tale, palm wine appears, and intoxication, and mistakes made without cruelty. The result in the story is that some bodies are shaped with differences. And then importantly, the response is not rejection. The response is protection, responsibility, a vow. And this is one of the gentlest lessons in the Pantheon. Coolness, care, and respect for people with disabilities as people who belong. Iwa Pehle again returns as a texture. The universe is not only powerful, it is also asked to be gentle. And now, with form established, we can visit another station. The station of work, the station of iron. Now let us do what the style of this project loves. Let us take note, not notes as a lecture, noticing as a lullaby. In the Olodumare build, there is a module that describes the council of the Òrìṣà as points of light. We will do something similar here, but we will keep it gentle and broad. Imagine a wide mist, not fog that makes you anxious, mist that makes you slow down. And within the mist, imagine densities, not bodies, not faces, just presences with different textures. This is the sleep-friendly way to meet a pantheon. One by one, without urgency. The cool white presence, the one associated with form. In many tellings, that is Obatala. Picture chalk, picture clean cloth, picture quiet ethics. And now the presence of the gate. Not a wall, a door. In many tellings, that is Eshu. Picture a crossroads at night. 4 roads, 1 center. And now the presence of iron. Heavy, dependable. In many tellings, that is Ògún. Picture a tool wall. Picture a blade laid flat and clean. And now the presence of the quiet teacher, the one who knows patterns. In many tellings, that is Orunmila. Picture a wooden tray. Picture a tap. Picture a patient pause before a decision. And now the presence of sweet water, shimmering, golden. In many tellings, that is Oshun. Picture honey. Picture sunlight on a river's surface. And now the presence of Mother Water, wide, holding. In many tellings, that is Yemọja. Picture the sound of water that continues even when you stop listening. And now the presence of wind, change, threshold. In many tellings, that is Ohia. Picture a scarf lifting on a breeze. Picture dust rearranging itself into new patterns. And now the presence of thunder, balance, weight. In many tellings, that is Shango. Picture a low drum far away. Picture a storm on the horizon that never comes close to your bed. And now the presence of herbs, quiet knowledge. Green shade. In many tellings, that is sanyìn. Picture leaves sorted on a mat. Picture the smell of crushed leaf. This is not the whole Pantheon. Remember 400 plus 1. But it is enough of a sample to feel the logic. The logic is distribution. Different kinds of help for different kinds of life. And now, because we have met the council in this soft way, we can return to the stations again with more patience. We have already met the council as a set of textures. Now we will do something slightly more detailed. Not dramatic, just detailed. We will walk along the same line again, but we will slow down. This is how deep soak works. We take the same idea and we give it more air. First, the cool white presence. Obatala. In many tellings, Obatala is associated with form, clarity, ethics, and peace. So let us treat this presence like a set of white materials laid out in low light. White cloth, not bright white, soft white, the white of cotton that has been washed many times. Chalk, the white of powder on fingertips. Snail shell, the creamy white curve that holds quiet. And because this project avoids sharp metaphor overload, we keep it simple. White is the color of calm. White is the color of coolness. White is the color of a mind that does not need to argue. Now the gate presence. Eshu. We already said that Eshu is not a cartoon villain. Eshu is the logic of doorways. And doorways are everywhere. Doorways. The doorway between waking and sleep. The doorway between a thought and a word. The doorway between intention and action. The doorway between one street and another. And the crossroads image is stable because it is simple. We can picture it and keep picturing it. 4 roads, 1 center. The center is a pause. And the pause is where the mind can rest. Now, the iron presence. Ògún. Iron is work, but iron is also honesty. Iron does not bend politely. It either bends or it breaks. And for now, we can translate that into a gentle instruction. Be simple. Be direct. Do not twist your body into a knot tonight. Let the pillow hold you. Let the bed hold you. Iron is for tomorrow. Now, the wisdom presence. Orunmila. Wisdom in this system is not only information. It is also patience. It is also method. So we picture the objects of consultation. The wooden tray. The calm tap. The pause between the question and the answer. And we can allow one more idea to sit here without turning into a lecture. Destiny is not a prison. It is a path. And the path can be walked with good character. Iwa Pehle. Now the sweet water presence, Oshun. Sweetness is easy to underestimate because sweetness does not look like force. But sweetness holds communities together. Sweetness makes apologies possible. Sweetness makes children laugh. So we do sweetness again. Honey, gold cloth, river light, quiet diplomacy, and we keep the moral simple. Do not starve your life of sweetness. Now the Mother Water presence, Yemọja. Mother Water is not only about childbirth. It is about holding, about carrying. So we do carrying again. The way a river carries leaves, the way a boat carries people, the way a mother carries a child on her back. And for now, the lesson is gentle. You are allowed to be carried tonight. Now, the wind presence. Oh yeah. Wind is the simplest teacher of change. It says, this moment will pass. And that is not scary. It is relieving. So if you are carrying a hard day, let Ohia be the breeze that loosens it. Now the thunder presence. Shango. We keep this one soft. Thunder is distance. Thunder is a drum behind a hill. And justice in simple language is balance. Balance means you do not have to carry everything on one side. You can let the scale level itself. Now, the herb presence. Sanyìn. This one reminds us that the world contains remedies, not only medicine in bottles. Remedy as a slow return to health. And sleep itself is a remedy. It is one of the oldest remedies. So we end this extended council with a gentle bow. We have met functions. We have met textures. We have met ways of being. And now we return to the simplest function again. Breath. In and out. We continue the map. You chose the low heavy path, so we add more stations. We keep it respectful. In some tellings, names shift. In some tellings, roles overlap. Oshosi, the hunter and the precise aim. We take our time. A few images, a bow resting in shadow, a quiet quiver that does not rattle, footprints on damp earth, a single feather on a path, a small clearing where light touches the ground, a still moment before a choice. We continue. A bow resting in shadow, a quiet quiver that does not rattle, footprints on damp earth, a single feather on a path, a small clearing where light touches the ground, the still moment before a choice. We continue. A bow resting in shadow, a quiet quiver that does not rattle, footprints on damp earth, a single feather on a path, a small clearing where light touches the ground, the still moment before choice. We continue. A bow resting in shadow, a quiet quiver that does not rattle, footprints on damp earth, a single feather on a path, a small clearing where light touches the ground, the still moment before a choice. We continue. Texture series. Quiet focus. The feeling of a mind that chooses one thing and lets the rest go. Forced patience. The feeling of listening longer than you speak. Justice by accuracy. The feeling of finding the exact thing rather than the loud thing. And again, quiet focus. The feeling of a mind that chooses one thing and lets the rest go. Forest patience. The feeling of listening longer than you speak. Justice by accuracy. The feeling of finding the exact thing rather than the loud thing. And again, quiet focus. The feeling of a mind that chooses one thing and lets the rest go. Forest patience. The feeling of listening longer than you speak. Justice by accuracy. The feeling of finding the exact thing rather than the loud thing. And again, quiet focus. The feeling of a mind that chooses one thing and lets the rest go. Forest patience. The feeling of listening longer than you speak. Justice by accuracy. The feeling of finding the exact thing rather than the loud thing. And again. And now we let the name rest. Ìbejì. The twins and the doubling of life. We take our time. A few images. 2 cups on a table. 2 small stones in a pocket. 2 candles lit low. 2 pieces of cloth folded together. 2 matching breaths. 2 footsteps beside your own. We continue. 2 cups on a table. 2 small stones in a pocket. 2 candles lit low. 2 pieces of cloth folded together. 2 matching breaths. 2 footsteps beside your own. We continue. 2 cups on a table. 2 small stones in a pocket. 2 candles lit low. 2 pieces of cloth folded together. 2 matching breaths. 2 footsteps beside your own. We continue. 2 cups on a table. 2 small stones in a pocket. 2 candles lit low. 2 pieces of cloth folded together. 2 matching breaths. 2 footsteps beside your own. We continue. Texture series. Coolness. The feeling of a pair of hands holding the same load. Balance. The feeling of a scale that does not tilt. Play as medicine. The feeling of laughter that relaxes the shoulders. And again, coolness. The feeling of a pair of hands holding the same load. Balance. The feeling of a scale that does not tilt. Play as medicine. The feeling of laughter that relaxes the shoulders. And again, coolness. The feeling of a pair of hands holding the same load. Balance. The feeling of a scale that does not tilt. Play as medicine. The feeling of laughter that relaxes the shoulders. And again, coolness. The feeling of a pair of hands holding the same load. Balance. The feeling of a scale that does not tilt. Play as medicine. The feeling of laughter that relaxes the shoulders. And again. And now we let the name rest. Odùduwà, sovereignty and the claiming of ground. We take our time. A few images. A carved stool placed firmly. A crown resting on folded cloth. A boundary line in sand. A town gate at dawn. A quiet procession seen from far away. A name carried through generations. We continue. A carved stool placed firmly. A crown resting on folded cloth. A boundary line in sand. A town gate at dawn. A quiet procession seen from far away. A name carried through generations. We continue. A carved stool placed firmly. A crown resting on folded cloth. A boundary line in sand. A town gate at dawn. A quiet procession seen from far away. A name carried through generations. We continue. A carved stool placed firmly. A crown resting on folded cloth. A boundary line in sand. A town gate at dawn. A quiet procession seen from far away. A name carried through generations. We continue. Texture series. Settling authority. The feeling of weight that does not need to shout. Lineage memory. The feeling of a story repeated until it becomes structure. Political gravity. The feeling of a boundary maintained over time. And again. Settling authority. The feeling of weight that does not need to shout. Lineage memory. The feeling of a story repeated until it becomes structure. Political gravity. The feeling of a boundary maintained over time. And again. Settling authority. The feeling of weight that does not need to shout. Lineage memory. The feeling of a story repeated until it becomes structure. Political gravity. The feeling of a boundary maintained over time. And again. Settling authority. The feeling of weight that does not need to shout. Lineage memory. The feeling of a story repeated until it becomes structure. Political gravity. The feeling of a boundary maintained over time. And again. And now we let the name rest. Olokun. Depth, water, and the unseen below the surface. We take our time. A few images. Deep dark water under moonlight. Shells that hold ocean sound. A net folded and drying. A blue-black cloth texture. A distant horizon line. A tide arriving and leaving. We continue. Deep dark water under moonlight. Shells that hold ocean sound. A net folded and drying. A blue-black cloth texture. A distant horizon line. A tide arriving and leaving. We continue. Deep dark water under moonlight. Shells that hold ocean sound. A net folded and drying. A blue-black cloth texture. A distant horizon line. A tide arriving and leaving. We continue. Deep dark water under moonlight. Shells that hold ocean sound. A net folded and drying. A blue-black cloth texture. A distant horizon line. a tide arriving and leaving. We continue. Texture series. Depth. The feeling of looking down and not seeing the bottom. Still pressure. The feeling of being held by something immense and quiet. Wealth as ocean floors. The feeling of abundance that does not sparkle loudly. And again, depth. The feeling of looking down and not seeing the bottom. Still pressure. The feeling of being held by something immense and quiet. Wealth as ocean floor. The feeling of abundance that does not sparkle loudly. And again, depth. The feeling of looking down and not seeing the bottom. Still pressure. The feeling of being held by something immense and quiet. Wealth as ocean floor. The feeling of abundance that does not sparkle loudly. And again, depth. The feeling of looking down and not seeing the bottom. Still pressure. The feeling of being held by something immense and quiet. Wealth as ocean floor. The feeling of abundance that does not sparkle loudly. And again. And now we let the name rest. Oba. Devotion, endurance, and the quiet river of fidelity. We take our time. A few images. A water pot by a doorway. A cooking spoon resting. A folded cloth kept for special days. The river current that continues. A small lamp left burning. A quiet apology. We continue. A water pot by a doorway. A cooking spoon resting. A folded cloth kept for special days. A river current that continues. A small lamp left burning. A quiet apology. We continue. A water pot by a doorway. A cooking spoon resting. A folded cloth kept for special days. A river current that continues. A small lamp left burning. A quiet apology. We continue. A water pot by a doorway. A cooking spoon resting. A folded cloth kept for special days. A river current that continues. A small lamp left burning. A quiet apology. We continue. Texture series. Steadiness. The feeling of showing up again and again. Domestic patience. The feeling of keeping a home without applause. Self-respect. The feeling of valuing yourself without demanding proof. And again. Steadiness. The feeling of showing up again and again. Domestic patience. The feeling of keeping a home without applause. Self-respect. The feeling of valuing yourself without demanding proof. And again. Steadiness. The feeling of showing up again and again. Domestic patience. The feeling of keeping a home without applause. Self-respect. The feeling of valuing yourself without demanding proof. And again. Steadiness. The feeling of showing up again and again. Domestic patience. The feeling of keeping a home without applause. Self-respect. The feeling of valuing yourself without demanding proof. And again. And now we let the name rest. Roads. It is also worth naming the idea of roads or caminos. One presence can have many faces. For example, some diaspora summaries list roads of Oshun, Ibu Akohro, Ibu Ikolit, Ibu Yumu, and some summaries list roads of Obatala, Ochanla, Ahyaguna. We do not need to define them sharply tonight. We only need the gentle meaning. You are allowed to have roads too. We will do a long station roll call. Not a lecture, just a few images and a few stories told slowly. Eshu, the door and the messenger. Keywords, thresholds, crossroads, permission. Hold a small picture. A crossroads before the day gets hot. 2 paths of dust. And the third path, which is only the pause in the middle. A texture. Dry earth under a sandal. A little grit on the fingertip. A quiet action. A hand opening a door without slamming it. A greeting offered first so the rest of the conversation can happen. A color held softly, red on one side, black on the other. A sound heard from far away, one footstep, then another. A tool or object resting, a small key on a string, a coin placed on a threshold. And now a famous small story. In some tellings, 2 friends are working in their fields. The work is ordinary, hands in soil, breath in the heat. And Eshu walks between them wearing a hat. The hat is red on one side, black on the other. One friend sees red, the other friend sees black. And because each believes they saw the whole truth, the argument grows. Voices rise, and friendship begins to fray. Until Eshu returns and shows them both sides. And the lesson is not that anyone is foolish. The lesson is that perspective is partial, and humility is a kind of peace. And in many houses, this is why Eshu is greeted first. Not because he is highest, because he is the door, and a door is simply a practical thing. And when we want to listen for patterns, we turn to another quiet station. Orunmila, the quiet teacher. Keywords, patterns, draws, patience. Hold a small picture, a wooden tray. A few palm nuts resting in the center. A hand that does not hurry. A texture. Smooth seed coats. Dry wood. Chalk dust like a thin cloud. A quiet action. Counting. Listening. Asking and waiting for the answer to arrive in its own time. A color held softly. Green and brown beads. Leaf and earth braided together. A sound heard from far away. The soft rattle as palm nuts roll. The small whisper of beads against skin. A tool or object resting. An Ida bracelet, not a trophy. A quiet sign that says, this one consults before stepping. And now a small story about timing. In some tellings, death is called Iku. And Iku is not always cruel. Iku is simply exact. But in the story, Iku begins to take people too early. Before the soup has cooled, before their children have learned their names. And Orunmila does not chase Iku with noise. He watches, he learns the rhythm, and when the moment comes, he makes an offering, not as a bribe, as a conversation, and he catches Iku's hand with the D. Not a chain of punishment, more like a reminder. And in the story, Iku agrees to an agreement. To check the signs first, to consult the pattern, to knock before touching the door. And so, in some houses, the bracelet becomes a quiet signal, not a force against the universe, just a note pinned to the threshold. Please check first. And with that kind of patience named, we can move to the station of cool form. Obatala, the white cloth. Keywords: coolness, form, ethics. Hold a small picture. White cloth folded slowly. Cool water in a basin. A hand smoothing creases one corner at a time. A texture. Cotton that feels clean and plain. Clay that holds a thumbprint. Chalk dust that looks like light on stone. A quiet action. Washing, shaping, cooling what is too hot in the mind. A color held softly. White, not as emptiness, as clarity. A sound heard from far away. Water poured into a bowl. Cloth shifting on a shoulder. A tool or object resting. White cloth. White chalk, often called iphon. And in some creation tellings, a chain. And now we can step into one of the oldest rivers of story. In many tellings, the source, Olodumare, sends Obatala down toward the waters of the early world. The way down is a golden chain, link by link, not a ladder for climbing, a bridge between Orun and Ayé. And with him there is a container of earth. In some tellings, a satchel. In some tellings, a snail shell holding sand. And there is a bird, often described as a hen, sometimes specified as five-toed. The sand is not just material. It is the idea of ground. The hen is not just a bird. It is the action of spreading, scratching, turning one pile into a surface. And in this stream of telling there is a caution. On the way palm wine appears, sweet, fermented, stronger than it looks. Obatala drinks and sleeps. And another figure, often called Odùduwà, takes the satchel and the hen and descends, and the land is made. In many tellings, the first named place is Ile-Ife. This is where a quiet rivalry is born. Spiritual authority and earthly sovereignty standing near each other, not always agreeing. And in many tellings, Obatala later turns to another work. The work of shaping human bodies from clay. Slowly, carefully. And there is another palm wine warning here too. In one widely told lesson, a hand influenced by wine slips. And difference enters the world, not as a curse, as a fact. And in the remorse that follows, Obatala makes a vow. Never again. And also always protection. Some tellings give a name for this protection. Eni Orisha, living shrine. The idea that those who move differently are not outside the sacred. They are held closer to it. And there is a third lesson sometimes told in white cloth. The lesson of injustice. In some tellings, Obatala is wrongly restrained, and the world becomes uncooled. Rain does not come, crops fail, and the mistake must be corrected. The myth teaches softly that justice is not an idea floating above the weather. Justice is part of what makes a climate livable. And from white cloth and clay, we can step to iron. Ògún, the iron backbone. Keywords: tools, roads, work. Hold a small picture. An iron blade resting on wood. The edge turned away from the body. Respecting the tool by placing it well. The texture: cool metal. A handle worn smooth by honest hands. A quiet action. Clearing a narrow path through grass. One steady swing. And then a pause so nothing is cut by accident. A color held softly. Deep gray. Earth brown. And far away the dim red of a coal that is kept under control. A sound heard from far away. One hammer tap. Then the quieter sound of a blade being wiped clean. A tool or object resting. A machete. An anvil. An iron nail in a doorframe holding the hinge steady. Ògún is often spoken of as iron. But iron here is not only war. It is farming. It is building. It is the basic dignity of work that makes life possible. And now a story that links iron to sweetness. In some tellings, Ògún becomes too hot, too consumed by fighting, and he retreats into the deep forest. And without him, tools do not come. Roads stay closed. Work becomes harder than it needs to be. Others try to pull him back with force, and the forest rejects them. But Oshun comes differently, not with a weapon, with honey. In the story, she finds him sleeping, and she smears honey on his lips. Not to weaken him, to cool him. And Ògún wakes, and the first taste is sweet, and the iron heart remembers how to be useful without being wild. The story is a gentle pairing. Hard work and social harmony, iron and honey. And there is another quiet warning sometimes told about Ògún. In one tale, he returns home to a town that is silent. He thinks the silence is disrespect, and his heat rises. But later he learns the silence was a sacred fast of greeting. The town was honoring him. They simply could not speak. And so, in remorse, he withdraws again. The myth teaching softly that power needs patience. And when we say honey beside iron, we are already standing near Oshun. Oshun, the sweet water. Keywords: honey, diplomacy, river shimmer. Hold a small picture, a river in late sun, light moving like silk on water, and a person pausing not to take but to greet. The texture: honey on a spoon, smooth, slow, a quiet action, offering sweetness where hardness is stuck. speaking gently until a room unclenches. A color held softly, gold, not as greed, as warmth shared. A sound heard from far away, bracelets tapping lightly, river water moving past stone, a tool or object resting, a small jar of honey, a brass mirror, not only for looking, for reflecting light. And now a story that teaches a quiet toughness inside sweetness. In some tellings, the world becomes dry. Rain does not come, and the other presences try to reach the source to ask for relief. They send birds, but the sky is far, and pride is heavy. And Oshun, often described as the youngest, goes too. In some versions, she becomes a peacock. In some versions, the story ends with a vulture. The meaning is the same. To reach higher, she becomes less decorated. The sun scorches, feathers burn away, and she keeps going. And the source is moved, and rain is released. The story teaches softly that beauty is not always softness. Sometimes beauty is duty. Sometimes sweetness is the strongest way to carry a request. And because we just placed honey near iron, we can keep the pairing. Some houses remember Oshun as the one who can cool Ògún, not by winning a fight, by changing the temperature of the moment. And from sweet river water, it is a short drift to mother water. Yemọja, the mother water. Keywords carrying, holding wide patience. Hold a small picture, the ocean line at night, dark water that still carries the moon, and a mother rocking a child matching the tide. The texture, salt on the lip, wet cloth cooling the forehead, a quiet action, carrying, holding, staying present even when the day has been heavy. A color held softly, deep blue, sea green, and the white foam that comes and goes without argument. A sound heard from far away, wave after wave, steady. A tool or object resting, a bowl of water on a table, a seashell, and in some homes, a blue cloth folded like a quiet promise. In Yoruba thought, water is not only scenery, water is carrying. Water is memory. Water is the way life arrives and the way grief leaves. And one deep story about Yemọja is told as an origin of rivers. In some tellings, she carries so much sorrow that it becomes too heavy to hold, and her waters break, not as a horror, as a release. Streams flow out into the world, rivers are born, and the land learns how to drink. And this is why in some praise names she is remembered as Mother of Many. And as stories cross the Atlantic, some places emphasize this water even more strongly as ocean. The same carrying principle, just widened. And if you listen closely, you can hear the next station inside the surf. Wind. Oh yeah, the wind of change. Keywords, threshold wind, market movement. Hold a small picture. Wind moving through a market. Cloth banners lifting and settling. Coins changing hands. news traveling faster than feet. The texture, dry grass brushing the ankles, leather, and the cool moment after rain when the air feels rinsed. A quiet action, opening a window, clearing a room of stale heat, moving a life from one chapter to the next without asking permission. A color held softly, storm gray, deep purples, a sound heard from far away, leaves turning in the air, and the first low growl of thunder that says a change is coming. A tool or object resting, a fly whisk, a wrapped cloth, and in one famous story, a buffalo skin. In some tellings, Oya begins as a buffalo in the forest, and she has a secret. She can step out of her buffalo skin and walk as a woman. She visits the village. She returns to the forest. She keeps her boundary. But a hunter sees the change, and in the story he hides the buffalo skin. And this is how the myth teaches its warning. If you steal a boundary, you do not gain a home. You gain a storm. In some versions, Ohia finds the skin years later. She puts it on, and she leaves. And the village learns quietly that wind cannot be caged. And in many tellings, wind runs with thunder. So we come to Shango, the distant drum. Keywords balance thunder as far percussion. Hold a small picture. Thunder far away like a drum behind a hill. Lightning that does not strike near you. Only a brief white stitch across cloud. A texture, warm air before rain. Wood smooth on a drum rim. A quiet action. Listening for what is fair. Speaking a boundary. And then cooling the room again. A color held softly. Redactia, white, and the dark blue of storm cloud. A sound heard from far away. One long rumble. And then silence. A tool or object resting. The double-headed axe, often called Ashé. A drum, and in some places a small stone said to be fallen thunder. And now, one of the central stories of Shango. In many histories, Shango is remembered first as a king. The fourth Alafin of Oyo in some tellings. And the story is told as a warning about pride. In the story, Shango becomes obsessed with a charm that can call lightning. And one day the charm answers too well. Lightning comes, and destruction follows. The king is shamed, and he flees. The place named Koso enters the memory. And in some versions people say he hanged himself. But then thunder answers, and the chant rises. Over Koso, the king did not hang. The story is not asking us to argue history. It is asking us to notice the transformation. A person becomes a principle. Lightning becomes a voice for justice. And wind often travels with thunder. So, in some tellings, Ohia and Shango are braided together. And iron often grounds thunder. So in some homes, Ògún is greeted to keep the storm practical. And in the diaspora, Shango may wear another name. Santa Barbara, a sane mask used for survival. And there is another braid around Shango that is also a map. In some tellings, Shango is married to 3 river wives: Oba, Oshun, and Ohia. And the stories say the palace held too much weather, too much heat, too much pride. So the wives leave the walls behind. They become rivers. And if you have ever watched 2 rivers meet, you know the feeling. Currents negotiating, colors braiding. And in some tellings, the rivers of West Africa keep the memory in their names. The great Niger River in some tellings carries Ohia's wind. The Oshun River carries Oshun's sweetness. And the Oba River carries Oba's sorrow. And there is a smaller, sadder story inside that braid. Oba, in many tellings, is the first wife, steady, devoted. And when she fears she is losing Shango's attention, she asks Oshun for a secret. And in the story, Oshun lies. She tells Oba that devotion must be proved with a piece of the body. Oba believes her, and in a desperate act, she cuts off her ear. Shango sees what she has done, and he is horrified. And Oba runs to the river, and becomes the Oba River in the telling, a river that remembers heartbreak. And some people say that where the Oba River meets Oshun's river, the water does not blend easily, not as punishment, as memory. And after thunder, it is soothing to go back to leaves. Or sanyìn, the forest remedy. Keywords: leaves, roots, quiet knowledge. Hold a small picture, a garden of leaves, a quiet person moving through plants without tearing them, touching one leaf then another like greeting elders. A texture, leaf veins under a thumb, root bark rough and honest. A quiet action, learning which plant cools, which plant warms, which plant settles the stomach like a lullaby. A color held softly, green, and the brown of earth that feeds every stem. A sound heard from far away, leaves rubbing together, and one long breath taken slowly through the nose. A tool or object resting, a small bundle of herbs tied in cloth, a wooden mortar, a calabash bowl. And now a story about secrets that are held too tightly. In some tellings, Sanyìn keeps the knowledge of plants to himself. Every cures, every leaf, every root. And in the story, Ohia notices. And wind is not patient with hoarding. So a storm comes through the garden. Leaves scatter, seeds travel. Roots are remembered in many places. And each presence runs out and gathers what lands near them. So one community keeps one leaf as sacred, another keeps another, and the world becomes a little safer. But the story keeps its respect. Even when knowledge is shared, Sanyìn remains the owner who must be greeted. Because medicine is not just chemistry. Medicine is relationship. And from leaf knowledge, we can move to a hunter's attention. Our Shosei, the precise aim. Keywords: focus, tracking, accuracy. Hold a small picture, a bowl resting in shadow, an arrow laid beside it, not yet used. The calm patience of not wasting a shot. A texture: polished wood, feather soft fletching. The damp earth that keeps a footprint. A quiet action, tracking without panic, looking closely before deciding, and speaking only what is accurate. A color held softly, forest green, river browns. A sound heard from far away, one bird called, and the quiet click of string against wood. A tool or object resting, bow, arrow, and a small feather on the path, like a note that says, look again. Oshun is often taught as the principle of aim. Not aim as aggression, aim as accuracy. In some diaspora summaries, you may hear a practical trio. Eshu opens the door, Ògún clears the road, and Oshun finds the target. And in a quiet voice, the target is simple. Clarity, the right next step. And after one arrow, we can hold two hands. Ìbejì, the doubling. Keywords: twins, balance, play. Hold a small picture. Two children walking side by side. Two shadows overlapping on the ground. And the strange comfort of not being alone in your own soul. A texture: two small hands. Two carved figures in smooth wood. A quiet action, switching places, sharing the weight, turning a hard problem into a game that can be finished. A color held softly, two matching clothes, bright but not loud. A sound heard from far away, laughter, two voices answering each other like call and response. A tool or object resting, the Ìbejì, small twin figures carved in wood treated with care. In Yoruba thought, twins are sacred. Some say they share one soul between two bodies. And there is a story that teaches their cleverness without heat. In some tellings, a road force called Abita sets a trap. Anyone who passes must dance until they are exhausted. The trap is not blood. It is a rhythm that will not let you stop. And the twins come together. One twin hides with a drum, the other dances. And when legs grow tired, they switch places, perfectly, as if nothing changed. And Abita, seeing only one face, thinks one child has danced for days. And the road force grows tired first, and the trap is lifted. The story teaches the power of doubling, teamwork, and the simple magic of taking turns. And there is another gentle belief carried with the twins. Some say the second-born twin is the elder, because they sent the first out to test the world. And if one twin leaves early, the Ìbejì is made, so the balance is remembered. So the living twin is not pulled away by grief. And there is another quiet doorway in the stories of children. Abiku. In some tellings, these are the born-to-leaf children, not as a curse, as a way a community speaks to loss without going silent. Some say an abiku makes a small pact with companions in Orun. I will visit, but I will not stay long. And in those tellings, parents go to Orunmila for counsel. Sometimes the counsel is naming, a name that sounds plain, even rough, on purpose. Yaiku, Eko. This one will not die. And sometimes the counsel is weight, a small iron anklet, Ògún's metal, cooled and honest, not a shackle, a gentle promise, stay a little longer. And whether you take this as spirit story or as poetry, the lesson is the same. Children are precious. Each one deserves a careful welcome. And from doubling, we can move to depth. Olokun, the depth water. Keywords: below surface, silence, wait. Hold a small picture. The deep ocean at night. Dark water that still carries the stars. And a silence so complete it feels like weight. A texture. Cold water around the ankle. A smooth stone lifted from the tide line. Heavy, not shiny. A quiet action. Withdrawing. Holding the boundary. Keeping what is deep from being dragged into noise. A color held softly. Indigo. Black-green. And the dim silver of moon on wave. A sound heard from far away, the long hush of surf, and the muffled drum of water heard through water. A tool or object resting, a heavy chain, a bowl of seawater, and in some diaspora homes a mask. And now a story about the shoreline. In some tellings, Olokun is insulted when land is made over water without asking. So the sea rises, not as a tantrum, as a reminder. This is my depth, and the world must learn a boundary. In some versions, a great chain is used to hold the flood back, link by link. Patient, not violent. In other versions, the story becomes a contest of clarity. The sea is infinite, but so is calm, and the lesson becomes the edge of the world, the shoreline, the place where land stops and depth begins. And in the diaspora, some tellings add another layer. Olokun becomes the keeper of the deepest ancestors. And in the Americas, some families whisper another layer, that the deep received those who did not reach shore. And because deep grief is not shown openly, some houses speak of masks. 7 masks in some Lukumi tellings, ways the deep communicates without rising. So the story is not only about fear, it is about respect, it is about boundaries, it is about silence as a kind of protection. And before we set the roll call aside, we can touch a few more names lightly. Not to be complete, just to widen the map. Oshumare, the rainbow return. Keywords: cycles, continuity, gentle brightness. Hold a small picture, a rainbow after rain, not loud. just a bridge of color that does not need to be touched to be real. In some tellings, a rainbow is also a serpent shape, a reminder that what returns can be graceful. Nahna Buluku, the Old Mother. Keywords: ancient earth, beginnings, clay that holds. Hold a small picture, mud by a riverbank, an old bowl that has fed many generations. Yewa, the Steel River. Keywords: solitude, boundaries, quiet vows. Hold a small picture, a narrow river at dusk, water that moves without needing an audience. Erinle, the healer hunter. Keywords: forest, river, medicine that comes from patience. Hold a small picture, a hunter sitting down before the shot, because the point is not to waste life. And in one gentle story, Oshun loves Erinle and brings him to an underwater house. When he returns, he has seen too much depth for easy speech. Some say he becomes quiet as stone beside the river. Erinle, the fisher physician. Keywords: care, water knowledge, balance. Hold a small picture, a net lifted slowly from dark water. A fish returned, not eaten. In some tellings, a golden fish repays kindness by revealing where medicines sleep under the sea. Logun Ede, the young one with two homes. Keywords: bow and fish, river and forest, youth that learns to balance. In some tellings, Logun Ede is the child of Oshun and Erinle, and the stories say he spends part of the year in the forest and part of the year in the water. Alganju, the wilderness heat. Keywords: raw earth, volcano sleep under stone, strength that carries. Hold a small picture, a ferryman crossing a hard river, hands steady on the pole. And in some tellings, Arganju is kin to Shango, father or son. Either way, the myth keeps the feeling of mountains moving. Orunmila, the founder memory. Keywords: lineage, kingship, history braided with myth. In some tellings, Orunmila is a child of Odùduwà and a pillar of Oyo memory. So the Pantheon is not only spirits, it is also history told with reverence. And one diaspora name kept as a quiet sentinel, Ozun. In some Lukumi homes, Ozun is remembered as the watcher on the table of Ifa. A brass staff, a small bell, not to scare, to remind the room to stay awake to what is subtle. And now we set the roll call aside. Now we do a long braid of motifs. Motifs are teaching stories. But tonight they are also gentle textures for the mind. Eshu and the two-colored hat. Lesson, perspective and humility. Image, a hat with two sides red and black and two friends who see different truths. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, or a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, the return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Oshun as the vulture. Lesson, sacrifice, and hidden duty. Image, a bird that flies higher by becoming less decorated. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, the return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern. A quiet beginning. A small object. A slow misunderstanding. A gentle correction. A return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern. A quiet beginning. A small object. A slow misunderstanding. A gentle correction. A return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Sanyìn and the gods. Lesson, knowledge distributed. Image, a wind that shakes a tree and shares what was held too tightly. Pattern, a quiet beginning. A small object. A slow misunderstanding. A gentle correction. A return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern. A quiet beginning. A small object. A slow misunderstanding. A gentle correction. A return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern. A quiet beginning. A small object. A slow misunderstanding. A gentle correction. A return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern. A quiet beginning. A small object. A slow misunderstanding. A gentle correction. A return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern. A quiet beginning. A small object. A slow misunderstandings. A gentle correction. A return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern. A quiet beginning. A small object. A slow misunderstanding. A gentle correction. A return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern. A quiet beginning. A small object. A slow misunderstanding. A gentle correction. A return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern. A quiet beginning. A small object. A slow misunderstanding. A gentle correction. A return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern. A quiet beginning. A small object. A slow misunderstanding. A gentle correction. A return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern. A quiet beginning. A small object. A slow misunderstanding. A gentle correction. A return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Scene. Pattern. A quiet beginning. A small object. A slow misunderstanding. A gentle correction. A return to calm. and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern: a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern: a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern: a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern: a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Ògún and the honey. Lesson: sweetness, softening hardness. Image: a fierce tool set calmed by something small and sweet. Pattern: a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern: a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern: a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern: a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern: a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern: a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern: a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern: a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern: a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern: a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern: a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern: a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern: a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern: a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern: a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Obatala and the vow. Lesson: responsibility and care. Image: a mistake answered with protection instead of rejection. Pattern: a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern: a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern: a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern: a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern: a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern: a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern: a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern: a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern: a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern: a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern: a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern: a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern: a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern: a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern: a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. The Golden Chain Descent. Lesson: creation as procedure. Image: links counted slowly, nothing rushed. Pattern: a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern: a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern: a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern: a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern: a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. 400 plus 1 again. Lesson, countless system. Image, a number used like a lullaby rather than a census. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, and a return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm. And we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. The river meeting the river. Lesson, love and rivalry kept soft. Image. Two currents touching without needing a dramatic scene. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force, slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern, a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. Pattern: a quiet beginning, a small object, a slow misunderstanding, a gentle correction, a return to calm, and we repeat the moral without force. Slowly, softly, without urgency. And now this braid can close. In some diaspora and teaching summaries, there is a practical triad: a gate, a tool, a precise aim. Eshu is the key holder. Ògún is the path clearer. Our Shozi is the one who finds the target. For now, this is not a battle story. It is a logistic story. Reaching a goal. First, a door. Second, a road. Third, a clear aim. We can expand each one slowly. The door. Picture a latch. Picture a hinge. Picture a key. And the simple truth that without the door opening, nothing else begins. The road. Picture a brush being cleared. Picture a tool wall. Picture the steady rhythm of work that makes movement possible. The aim. Picture a quiet eye. Picture a patient listening. Picture accuracy as a kind of mercy because it avoids needless wandering. Now we do a repetition loop because repetition is the sleep engine. Open. Clear. Aim. Open. Clear. Aim. Open. Clear. Aim. And if your mind is carrying goals right now, you can set them down. Not forever. Just for the night. Because the road can wait. The door can stay closed. The aim can rest. There are presences in the Pantheon that are approached carefully. Not because the cosmos wants you afraid, because humans learn respect when something is powerful. One such presence is often called Babalú-Ayé, and in some tellings you may hear Babalú-Ayé. And in some historical Yoruba contexts, you may hear Shopona as a related name. Tonight we will not tell frightening stories. We will tell the gentler lesson. The lesson is humility. The lesson is compassion. The lesson is that health is not a trophy. It is a condition that must be cared for. And in some tellings, the lesson comes with a story. In his youth, Babalú-Ayé lives too hot, too fast, too proud. Elders warn him about boundaries. There are times for wine and times without it. Times for pleasure and times for restraint. But he does not listen. And illness comes. The story does not ask us to stare at pain, only to respect it. He is cast out, and he walks alone, except for dogs who follow him. And in the story that companionship matters. It is the reminder that even in shame, something still stays near. And then sweetness returns. In some diaspora tellings, Oshun takes pity. She brings honey. And the honey becomes not decoration but care. And the story becomes a transformation. He covers himself with a rough cloth, burlap, sackcloth, not to punish himself, to protect others from the sight of his suffering. And in some tellings that humility is answered, the same rough fibers become part of his healing. And so he becomes a strange kind of healer, feared and loved, because he understands suffering from the inside. So we do a small braid of care, clean water, simple food, rest, a community that does not abandon the sick. And because some traditions connect this presence to the margins, we take a quiet noticing of the overlooked. The person who sits alone, the person who needs help for walking, the person who is ashamed, the person who is tired of being strong. For tonight, this is enough. We do not need vivid details. We only need the moral texture. And the moral texture is this: be gentle, be clean where you can, rest when you can. And now we return to a simpler, quieter station again. Water, breath. We return to small systems. 4 pieces on the table. Light side, dark side. And a reading that is really a pause. We notice the 5 common patterns. Fear. 4 light, the feeling of ease but still calm confirmation. 3 light, the feeling of maybe, the feeling of pause. 2 and 2, the feeling of steady yes. 1 light, the feeling of not yet. 4 dark, the feeling of stop and rest. And we repeat, not for memorization, but for sleep. 4 light, the feeling of ease, but still calm confirmation. 3 light, the feeling of maybe, the feeling of pause. 2 and 2, the feeling of steady yes. 1 light, the feeling of not yet. 4 dark, the feeling of stop and rest. And we repeat, not for memorization, but for sleep. 4 light, the feeling of ease, but still calm confirmation. 3 light, the feeling of maybe, the feeling of pause. 2 and 2, the feeling of steady yes. 1 light, the feeling of not yet. 4 dark, the feeling of stop and rest. And we repeat, not for memorization, but for sleep. 4 light, the feeling of ease, but still calm confirmation. 3 light, the feeling of maybe, the feeling of pause. 2 and 2, the feeling of steady yes. 1 light, the feeling of not yet. 4 dark, the feeling of stop and rest. And we repeat, not for memorization, but for sleep. 4 light, the feeling of ease, but still calm confirmation. 3 light, the feeling of maybe, the feeling of pause. 2 and 2, the feeling of steady yes. 1 light, the feeling of not yet. 4 dark, the feeling of stop and rest. And we repeat not for memorization but for sleep. Ahlafia, for light, the feeling of ease but still calm confirmation. Etawa, 3 light, the feeling of maybe, the feeling of pause. Tehefe, 2 and 2, the feeling of steady yes. Okahna, 1 light, the feeling of not yet. Ohyeku, 4 dark, the feeling of stop and rest. And we repeat, not for memorization, but for sleep. And now, a simple translation. If your mind asks a yes/no question at night, the answer is almost always Oyeku. Stop, rest. When stories travel, they multiply. And even inside one community, a single Orisha can have many roads. Roads, paths, faces. In some diaspora traditions, you may hear the word caminos. In other contexts, you may simply hear roads. The concept is useful. It allows one name to hold many moods. We can treat roads as seasons of a river. Young water, old water, bright water, deep water. And we can do a small set without claiming completeness. One road of Oshun may be described as youthful and restless. Another road may be described as humble and associated with a bird that does difficult work. Another road may be described as ancient and wise, deep in the water. And Obatala likewise may be described with roads that range from elder calm to youthful force used for peace. Gentle lesson. You are allowed to have roads too. You can be quiet at night. You can be active in the day. You are not a single mood. And now we return to the simplest road of all, the road from waking to sleep. We speak of offerings gently. Not instruction, notice. In many explanations, offerings are Ashé sharing, a practical reciprocity, a way of making gratitude physical. Small clean things, clean water, kola nut, fruit, honey, palm oil, white cloth, a small candle, a quiet prayer, a shared meal, and we do not rush. Small clean things, clean water, kola nut, fruit, honey, palm oil, white cloth, a small candle, a quiet prayer, a shared meal, and we do not rush. Small clean things, clean water, kola nut, wine, fruit, honey, palm oil, white cloth, a small candle, a quiet prayer, a shared meal, and we do not rush. Small clean things, clean water, kola nut, fruit, honey, palm oil, white cloth, a small candle, a quiet prayer, a shared meal, and we do not rush. Small clean things, clean water, kola nut, fruit, honey, palm oil, white cloth, a small candle, a quiet prayer, a shared meal, and we do not rush. Small clean things, clean water, kola nut, fruit, honey, palm oil, white cloth, a small candle, a quiet prayer, a shared meal, and we do not rush. Small clean things, clean water, kola nut, fruit, honey, palm oil, white cloth, a small candle, a quiet prayer, a shared meal, and we do not rush. Small clean things, clean water, kola nut, fruit, honey, palm oil, white cloth, a small candle, a quiet prayer, a shared meal, and we do not rush. And now a logistics loop. Pause, acknowledge, share. Pause, acknowledge, share. We speak of Oriki carefully. We do not claim sacred recitation. We use the gentler version. A small set of titles. Titles in the door opener, the road clearer, the quiet teacher, the white cloth, the sweet water, the mother water, the wind of change, the distant drum, the forest remedy, the accurate aim, the doubled blessing, the deep water, the carried name, the steady lamp, the patient hand, the calm scale, the pause at the threshold, the soft refrain, and again in a different order. Titles: the road clearer, the soft refrain, the quiet teacher, the pause at the threshold, the mother water, the steady lamp, the wind of change, the carried name, the deep water, the door opener, the forest remedy, the accurate aim, the doubled blessing, the distant drum, the patient hand, the calm scale, the white cloth, the sweet water, and again in a different order. Titles: the mother water, the patient hand, the pause at the threshold, the calm scale, the door opener, the forest remedy, the doubled blessing, the soft refrain, the sweet water, the quiet teacher, the carried name, the wind of change, the steady lamp, the distant drum, the accurate aim, the road clearer, the deep water, the white cloth, and again in a different order. Titles: the carried name, the deep water, the distant drum, the soft refrain, the forest remedy, the mother water, the sweet water, the door opener, the steady lamp, the doubled blessing, the pause at the threshold, the wind of change, the white cloth, the quiet teacher, the accurate aim, the calm scale, the road clearer, the patient hand, and again in a different order. Titles: the mother water, the quiet teacher, the calm scale, the carried name, the distant drum, the sweet water, the doubled blessing, the deep water, the steady lamp, the forest remedy, the wind of change, the patient hand, the road clearer, the accurate aim, the soft refrain, the pause at the threshold, the white cloth, the door opener, and again in a different order. Titles: The Accurate Aim, The Patient Hand, The Wind of Change, The Carried Name, The Distant Drum, The Road Clearer, The Mother Water, The Steady Lamp, The Door Opener, The Pause at the Threshold, The White Cloth, The Soft Refrain, The Quiet Teacher, The Forest Remedy, The Deep Water, The Doubled Blessing, The Sweet Water, The Calm Scale, and again in a different order. Titles: The Calm Scale, The Road Clearer, The Doubled Blessing, The Patient Hand, The Sweet Water, The Carried Name, The Quiet Teacher, The Door Opener, The Wind of Change, The Distant Drum, The Pause at the Threshold, The Steady Lamp, The Accurate Aim, The Forest Remedy, The Mother Water, The Soft Refrain, The White Cloth, The Deep Water, and again in a different order. Titles: The Calm Scale, The Wind of Change, The Quiet Teacher, The White Cloth, The Door Opener, The Pause at the Threshold, The Carried Name, The Doubled Blessing, The Distant Drum, The Deep Water, The Patient Hand, The Steady Lamp, The Accurate Aim, The Soft Refrain, The Mother Water, The Road Clearer, The Forest Remedy, The Sweet Water, and again in a different order. Titles: The Deep Water, The Quiet Teacher, The Sweet Water, The Wind of Change, The Steady Lamp, The Patient Hand, The Soft Refrain, The White Cloth, The Doubled Blessing, The Calm Scale, The Forest Remedy, The Accurate Aim, The Road Clearer, The Distant Drum, The Pause at the Threshold, The Mother Water, The Door Opener, The Carried Name, and again in a different order. Titles: The Quiet Teacher, The Distant Drum, The Wind of Change, The Steady Lamp, The Road Clearer, The Doubled Blessing, The Forest Remedy, The Carried Name, The Deep Water, The Pause at the Threshold, The Mother Water, The Soft Refrain, The Sweet Water, The Patient Hand, The White Cloth, The Door Opener, The Accurate Aim, The Calm Scale, and again in a different order. Titles: The Doubled Blessing, The Forest Remedy, The Door Opener, The Wind of Change, The Calm Scale, The White Cloth, The Accurate Aim, The Pause at the Threshold, The Soft Refrain, The Carried Name, The Sweet Water, The Steady Lamp, The Mother Water, The Quiet Teacher, The Distant Drum, The Road Clearer, The Deep Water, The Patient Hand, and again in a different order. Titles: The Soft Refrain, The Sweet Water, The Quiet Teacher, The Accurate Aim, The Pause at the Threshold, The Patient Hand, The Carried Name, The Road Clearer, The Deep Water, The Door Opener, The Calm Scale, The White Cloth, The Distant Drum, The Doubled Blessing, The Steady Lamp, The Mother Water, The Forest Remedy, The Wind of Change, and again in a different order. Titles: The Mother Water, the white cloth, the calm scale, the accurate aim, the patient hand, the distant drum, the pause at the threshold, the sweet water, the quiet teacher, the door opener, the soft refrain, the carried name, the forest remedy, the deep water, the steady lamp, the doubled blessing, the wind of change, the road clearer, and again in a different order. Titles: the door opener, the quiet teacher, the pause at the threshold, the carried name, the forest remedy, the sweet water, the mother water, the steady lamp, the deep water, the wind of change, the double blessing, the white cloth, the calm scale, the patient hand, the distant drum, the accurate aim, the soft refrain, the road clearer, and again in a different order. Titles: the quiet teacher, the carried name, the soft refrain, the road clearer, the accurate aim, the white cloth, the deep water, the doubled blessing, the sweet water, the distant drum, the forest remedy, the pause at the threshold, the calm scale, the steady lamp, the patient hand, the wind of change, the mother water, the door opener, and again in a different order. Titles: the mother water, the soft refrain, the quiet teacher, the steady lamp, the patient hand, the forest remedy, the wind of change, the calm scale, the carried name, the door opener, the pause at the threshold, the road clearer, the accurate aim, the white cloth, the doubled blessing, the deep water, the distant drum, the sweet water, and again in a different order. Titles: the distant drum, the soft refrain, the forest remedy, the pause at the threshold, the doubled blessing, the white cloth, the door opener, the patient hand, the carried name, the calm scale, the quiet teacher, the mother water, the road clearer, the steady lamp, the wind of change, the deep water, the accurate aim, the sweet water, and again in a different order. Titles: the wind of change, the door opener, the deep water, the mother water, the soft refrain, the carried name, the steady lamp, the accurate aim, the sweet water, the road clearer, the distant drum, the doubled blessing, the patient hand, the pause at the threshold, the forest remedy, the calm scale, the quiet teacher, the white cloth, and again in a different order. Titles: the calm scale, the soft refrain, the road clearer, the white cloth, the forest remedy, the quiet teacher, the pause at the threshold, the wind of change, the carried name, the sweet water, the steady lamp, the mother water, the deep water, the door opener, the doubled blessing, the distant drum, the accurate aim, the patient hand, and again in a different order. Titles: the road clearer, the carried name, the distant drum, the white cloth, the mother water, the soft refrain, the pause at the threshold, the doubled blessing, the forest remedy, the steady lamp, the accurate aim, the door opener, the wind of change, the quiet teacher, the sweet water, the deep water, the patient hand, the calm scale, and again in a different order. Titles: The Door Opener, The Mother Water, The Patient Hand, The Distant Drum, The Deep Water, The Steady Lamp, The Calm Scale, The Road Clearer, The Accurate Aim, The Doubled Blessing, The Soft Refrain, The Quiet Teacher, The Carried Name, The Pause at the Threshold, The Forest Remedy, The Sweet Water, The Wind of Change, The White Cloth, and again in a different order. Titles: The Deep Water, The Carried Name, The White Cloth, The Door Opener, The Road Clearer, The Patient Hand, The Soft Refrain, The Sweet Water, The Mother Water, The Wind of Change, The Doubled Blessing, The Forest Remedy, The Steady Lamp, The Calm Scale, The Pause at the Threshold, The Distant Drum, The Quiet Teacher, The Accurate Aim, and again in a different order. Titles: The Forest Remedy, The Soft Refrain, The Steady Lamp, The Accurate Aim, The Doubled Blessing, The Door Opener, The Pause at the Threshold, The Patient Hand, The White Cloth, The Calm Scale, The Mother Water, The Carried Name, The Road Clearer, The Distant Drum, The Deep Water, The Quiet Teacher, The Wind of Change, The Sweet Water, and again in a different order. Titles: The Pause at the Threshold, The Patient Hand, The White Cloth, The Mother Water, The Forest Remedy, The Calm Scale, The Sweet Water, The Deep Water, The Door Opener, The Steady Lamp, The Distant Drum, The Accurate Aim, The Quiet Teacher, The Road Clearer, The Soft Refrain, The Carried Name, The Doubled Blessing, The Wind of Change, and again in a different order. Titles: The Forest Remedy, The Distant Drum, The Steady Lamp, The Mother Water, The Soft Refrain, The Calm Scale, The White Cloth, The Patient Hand, The Sweet Water, The Quiet Teacher, The Accurate Aim, The Deep Water, The Road Clearer, The Carried Name, The Door Opener, The Doubled Blessing, The Wind of Change, The Pause at the Threshold, and again in a different order. And now the titles can dissolve. Some forces in the world feel like tools. Not tools as an insult, tools as a compliment. Tools as a way of saying, this presence makes work possible. In many Yoruba accounts, the Òrìṣà most associated with iron and labor is Ògún. And we can describe Ògún not as a warrior in a movie. We can describe Ògún as a set of practical objects laid out on a mat. A few ordinary tools, an iron blade, a machete that clears tall grass, a knife that slices yam, a hoe that opens soil, a nail that holds wood together, a hinge that lets a door swing without breaking. Iron is ordinary, and that is why it is sacred. Iron is what turns a plan into a path, and you can feel that in your own life. You can have a good idea in your mind, but until you have a tool, it remains an idea. And in stories of the early world, the first problem is often the same problem any builder faces. There is too much brush, too much density, no road. So a path must be cleared, and clearing is a repetitive action. For now, repetition is a gift. So imagine the clearing without blood and without spectacle. Just the sound of a blade through soft stems, the smell of green, the way leaves fold and fall, the way a corridor opens in the brush, one arm's length at a time. Cut, step, cut, step, and after enough quiet labor, the road exists. This is the kind of power Ògún represents. The power that is not glamorous, the power that is dependable. And because iron is used in so many tasks, Ògún becomes the patron of many workers, blacksmiths, farmers, hunter-trail makers, mechanics, surgeons in modern metaphors, because even a scalpel is a kind of iron. Now, it is also said in many tellings that iron demands honesty, that oaths made on iron should be straight. Again, this is gentle. It means be clear, be direct. Do not twist yourself into a knot. And if you are listening tonight with a mind that is full of tasks, Ògún offers a gentle permission. You can put the tools down. The road will still be there tomorrow. The work will still be there. For now, you can rest. And as we rest, we can move from iron to water. Because after work, water always arrives. Let us return to iron for a longer moment. Because iron is one of the quiet backbones of daily life. And when a thing is a backbone, you can describe it for a long time without the mind getting excited. This is perfect for sleep. So we will do a tool series. And as we do it, remember, we are speaking of Ògún as a principle. The principle of work. The principle of making. The principle of a path being cleared and then maintained. Tool 1. The blade. There is a kind of blade that is used for brush. It is not elegant. It is not for display. It is for repetition. It swings. It returns. It swings again. And each time, the world becomes a little more navigable. Tool 2. The hoe. The hoe is not dramatic. It is a conversation with soil. Press. Lift. Turn. The hoe opens the ground the way you open a book. Not tearing it. Just making space for a page to be read. Tool 3. The nail. The nail is small. It does not look like power. But it holds two pieces of wood together so that a house can exist. And a house is a form of peace. Hammer. 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 The nail goes in. And now the wood does not drift apart. Tool 4. The hinge. The hinge is also small, and it is a miracle of patience. The hinge allows a door to move many times without breaking. Open, close, open, close. The hinge is the quiet repetition of permission. Tool 5, the chain. We have already met a chain in creation stories, but chains also exist in ordinary life. Chains hold gates. Chains tie boats. Chains lift buckets. Links, links, links. And the mind can count links if it needs something to do. 1 link, 2 links, 3 links, 4 links, 5 links. Tool 6, the rail. In modern life, iron becomes a rail, and rail is a long promise. It says, this path will stay a path. It says, heavy things can move without falling into the grass. Rail is the discipline of direction. Tool 7, the key. The key is a small piece of shaped metal. It turns, it clicks, and a door becomes secure. Again, for now, this is soothing. The world has locks. The world has closures. The world has a way of saying, not now. Tool 8, the pot. Not an iron pot in every household, but the principle is still useful. Metal holds heat. Metal distributes it. And cooking is one of the calmest forms of transformation. Raw becomes soft. Hard becomes edible. And no one needs to panic while a pot simmers. Tool 9, the needle. The needle is a small metal point. It goes through cloth, again and again. Stitch, stitch, stitch. And now fabric becomes a garment. And now a garment becomes comfort. Tool 10, the scalpel. This is a modern metaphor, but it fits the pattern. There are forms of iron that are used for healing. Precise, careful. Again, we do not do graphic detail tonight. We only note the principle. Tools are not only for cutting down. They are also for correcting, for repairing. And now, after 10 tools, we can rest inside the repetition. Iron, work, path. And if your mind is still holding tasks, you can set them down beside the tool wall. You can say tomorrow. For now, we return to the softer elements again. Water, air. Now we come to water. And water is already a lullaby. Water repeats itself. Water does not need to convince you. Water simply keeps moving. In the Yoruba world, many rivers have names that are also presences. And 2 names appear again and again in the major Pantheon, Yemọja and Oshun. To keep things gentle, we can think of them as 2 textures of water. Yemọja is mother water, wide water, holding water. In some tellings, Yemọja is linked to particular rivers. In many diaspora tellings, Yemọja becomes strongly associated with the ocean. And in some accounts, the deeper ocean is associated with a name like Ògún. Tonight, we do not need to draw a perfect hydrological map. We can simply hold the mother water feeling, the feeling of being carried, The feeling of being cradled, the feeling of a vast patience. And Oshun is sweet water, shimmering water, water that laughs quietly. In many stories, Oshun represents sweetness, love, diplomacy, and the kind of prosperity that arrives when a community is in harmony. Now here is a calm story logic that appears in multiple sources. In some creation accounts, many presences were sent to do the work of establishing life, and the feminine sweetness was overlooked. The work did not settle. Things stayed dry. Plants did not take root. Then the sweetness withdrew. And later, after recognition, the sweetness returned. For now, we can render this as a simple weather report. When sweetness is ignored, the air becomes brittle. When sweetness returns, the air becomes soft again. And we can feel that in our own bodies. When you are treated gently, you soften. When you are dismissed, you tighten. So the myth becomes a lesson in balance. And because water is so easy to expand, let us take a slow braid of water images. The sound of a river at night when you cannot see the surface, only hear it. The feel of cool water on the hands after a hot day. The quiet discipline of a shoreline always redrawing itself. The way a calabash of water is carried carefully because spilling is not a tragedy but it is unnecessary. The way a mother holds a child and the child does not have to earn the holding. And now we can add a small note about offerings without turning it into instruction. People often speak of water presences enjoying simple sweetness, honey, flowers, fruit, not because the river needs to eat, but because humans need a way to practice gratitude with their hands. And gratitude is a sleep-friendly emotion. It slows the heart. It lowers the shoulders. So if you like, you can let the idea of water presences teach your body something. You can let the breath be a river, in and out. And now, with water moving gently on the map, we can visit air, wind, and thunder. Let us stay with water a little longer. Because water is one of the best materials for sleep. It repeats. It has no corners. It moves without needing to hurry. And since we are taking our time, we can do a water series. Not a series of facts, a series of textures. First, the sound series. The sound of water on stone. Small taps, steady. The sound of water on leaf, soft, absorbed. The sound of water in a gourd, hollow, round. The sound of water in a clay pot, cool, muted. The sound of water poured from one cup to another. A brief rush, then silence again. Second, the surface series. The surface of a river at dawn, gray, misty. The surface of a river at late afternoon, gold, shimmering. The surface of water after rain, busy with small circles, then calm again. The surface of water at night, dark, quiet. Third, the carrying series. Water carries heat away, like washing hands after cooking. Water carries memory, like a river that keeps the same name even when the surface changes every second. Water carries bodies, boat in the story. And in this series, Yemọja is the carrying principle, not only as mother, as the idea that there is something under you that will hold you. And Oshun is the sweetness principle, the idea that carrying alone is not enough. Life also needs joy and beauty. So let us do sweetness, honey on the tongue, not a lot, just a small taste. The color yellow in a cloth, not bright like a warning sign, soft like late sun. The sound of a laugh in another room, not loud, just enough to say the house is alive. The way water makes dust settle, the way it makes the air feel kinder. And now, a reminder. We are not here to master the whole Pantheon tonight. We are here to let the mind drift. So if your attention floats away, let it float. Water floats. Breath floats. And when you return, the river will still be here. Let us take a long walk beside water. Not a fast walk, not a walk with a destination. Just a walk that gives your mind something simple to follow. If you like, imagine we are walking beside a river in the Yoruba night. It does not have to be a named river. It can be any river that knows how to keep moving. And as we walk, we will let two presences sit in the background. Yemọja as the carrying waters, Oshun as the sweet water. You do not need to decide which one it is at each moment. Some water feels wide. Some water feels bright. All water feels like a lullaby. First, we begin at the bank. The bank is a boundary, not a harsh boundary. A soft edge where one texture becomes another. The bank in simple shapes. Mud that holds footprints. Grass that bends and springs back. Small stones that do not move no matter how long the water talks to them. Now we take the first slow steps. Step, step, step. And with each step, the river gives you the same gift. Sound without meaning. Movement without demand. The river says again and again, go, go, go. Now we come to the first texture series, the stone series. Stone 1, a flat stone, warm in the day, cool at night. Stone 2, a round stone, polished by water, smooth like an old bead. Stone 3, a jagged stone, still sharp, still stubborn. Stone 4, a stone with a seam, two colors meeting, like cloth stitched from two scraps. And as we pass these stones, we do not need to name them. We only need to feel their patience. Now the water series. Water 1. Shallow water. You can see the bottom. You can see small pebbles like scattered cowries. Water 2. Deep water. The surface looks calm, but you cannot see the end of it. Water 3. Fast water. It breaks around rocks. It does not argue. Waterfall. Slow water. It slides. It carries the moon like a quiet mirror. Now the plant series. Plant 1. Reeds. Thin and patient. They whisper when wind passes. Plant 2. Low grass. Soft, cool against the ankle. Plant 3. A tree leaning toward water. Its roots holding the bank together. And now the insect series. Insect 1. A distant chirp. Steady, like a metronome for sleep. Insect 2. A soft buzz near the ear, then gone. Insect 3. The sound of many small wings far away, like a thin cloth being shaken. Now, if your thoughts need a job, give them a very small job. Count steps. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps. And if you lose the count, let it go. The river will keep counting for you. Now, we come to a small bend in the river. The bend is another lesson. The river does not go straight. The river goes where it can. And if you are tired, you can go where you can. You do not have to be straight tonight. Now, the color series. Color 1. The dark blue of water at night. Not a loud blue. The blue that is almost black. Color 2. The silver line of moonlight on the surface. Thin, fragile. Color 3. The green-black of river plants. Deep. Still. Color 4. The brown-red of mud when it is wet. Rich. Holding. Now let us imagine a person carrying water. Not because we need a plot, just because it is a calm image. Picture a calabash, round, held with 2 hands. The water inside moves slightly with each step. It does not spill, it just shifts. This is how a good life moves, not spilling, just shifting. And now, because we are doing a very long, deep soak, we can simply keep walking. We can do another cycle with the same elements but slightly different. Stone again. This time a stone with moss. Soft green skin on hard body. Water again. This time water that makes a small whirlpool behind a root. Plant again. This time a leaf that touches the surface and makes a tiny dimple. Insect again. This time a chorus that rises and falls like breathing. And as we do these cycles, you can let your mind do what rivers do. You can drift. You can move without trying. We can make a very simple sentence and repeat it like water repeating on stone. The river moves. The river moves. The river moves. And your breath moves. In and out. We have been walking for a while now. And the river has not asked us to hurry. So we will not hurry. We will take one more gentle round. Comfort. The cool air near water. The steady sound that masks sharp thoughts. The softness of the bank. The permission to drift. And now, as the river continues, we can let the scene widen into the sky. Because above water, the night is always visible. We are going to do something simple now. We are going to repeat water. Because repetition is one of the kindest things you can offer a tired mind. Water repeats and no one complains. So we will repeat. Loop 1. Picture a cup of water on a table. Not a fancy cup. Just a cup that does its job. The surface is still. Then a small vibration passes through the house. The surface trembles. Then it settles again. Settling is a theme of sleep. Loop 2. Picture water poured into a basin. It makes a sound. The sound lasts a moment. Then it ends. This is also a theme. Some sounds end. Some worries end. Loop 3. Picture a river again. The river moves around a stone. It does not fight the stone. It simply goes around. And if you have a thought tonight that feels like a stone, you can do the same. You do not have to break it. You can go around. Loop 4. Picture rain on a roof. Not heavy rain. Gentle rain. Tick. 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 And now the roof does what it is built to do. It keeps you dry. Loop 5. Picture ocean-like sound behind a wall. You do not see the water. You only hear it. And the hearing is enough. The knowing is enough. Loop 6. Picture a mother carrying a child on her back. The child does not solve problems. The child is carried. This is the Yemọja feeling. Loop 7. Picture sweetness returned. The pot is not only full, it is also warm. This is the Oshun feeling. And now we return to breath again. Amy. In and out. Some presences feel like weather. Not weather as chaos. Weather as change. Weather as the reminder that nothing stays exactly the same. In the major Pantheon, two names often appear when people speak of wind and thunder. Ohia and Shango. Let us speak of Ohia first as wind, not as drama. Wind is invisible work. It moves dust. It turns leaves. It cools skin. It rearranges what was settled. And that is the simplest meaning of transformation. Not an explosion, not a spectacle, just rearrangement. In some traditions, Ohia is linked with the marketplace, where fortunes change hands. And in some traditions, Ohia is linked with the cemetery gate, the boundary where one life changes into memory. But we can say it gently. Ohia is the threshold wind. The wind that tells you without fear that transitions exist. Now, Shango is often described as thunder and lightning. And in many tellings, Shango is also linked to kingship and justice. We can translate justice into a calmer word. Balance. Think of a scale. One side holds a stone. The other side holds a stone. If one stone is too heavy, the scale tilts. Eventually, the scale wants to come back to level. The desire to come back to level is a quiet way to picture justice. And thunder in the sleep-friendly sense is simply the sound of the air adjusting. Not a threat, just a pressure change. A low drum far away. Many stories about Shango are vivid and some are intense. Some speak of a human king who became a presence after his reign. Some speak of temper, pride, and consequences. Tonight we will not linger in the intensity. We will take only the gentle lesson. Power needs balance. Heat needs coolness. Leadership needs humility. And when the sky rumbles at night, you can choose to hear it as distance. A reminder that the world is wide. And that your room is small and safe inside it. Now, as wind passes and thunder fades, we can move to something even quieter. The station of leaves, the station of remedies. There is a way some traditions speak about energy that is very useful for a quiet mind. They speak about coolness and heat. Not only temperature, temperament, pace. In some descriptions, you may see the word tutu. Cool, settled, balanced. And you may see the word bigbona. Hot, active, moving. Tonight, we do not use these as moral labels. We use them as textures. Because every life needs both. And every night for sleep, we need more tutu. So let us notice coolness. Coolness 1. The shade under a tree after a hot day. Coolness 2. Water in a clay pot. Not icy, just cooled by earth. Coolness 3. White cloth. Clean. Quiet. Coolness 4. The feeling after you finish a task and you finally sit down. Coolness 5. The pause before you reply to something that annoys you. Now notice heat. Heat 1. The cooking fire. Useful. Transforming. Heat 2. The sun at midday. powerful, impartial. Heed 3. Anger. Not as a sin, as information that something matters. Heed 4. Urgency. The feeling that you must fix everything right now. And now the translation is simple. Heat is for day. Coolness is for night. So if you are listening right now with a hot mind, you can cool it the way you cool soup. You do not shout at the soup. You do not punish the soup. You simply remove it from the fire. And then you wait. Waiting is powerful. Waiting is part of the system. And if you want to imagine an Òrìṣà energy as a guide here, you can imagine the coolness of white cloth, or the calm patience of water, or the quiet method of a filing cabinet. And now, as the heat lowers, the breath becomes easier to hear again. In and out. Now we come to rhythm. And rhythm is already inside you. Heartbeat. Breath. The slow cycle of sleep itself. In many traditions that honor the Òrìṣà, music is not decoration. Music is communication. Music is a bridge. And we will speak of drums in the gentlest possible way. Not a concert. Not a spectacle. Just a steady pattern that helps the mind stop grabbing. There is a family of drums often mentioned in these contexts. Bata. And the simplest way to picture a drum is to picture a container. A hollow body. A stretched skin. Air inside. Then a hand taps. And air becomes sound. We can notice the parts the way we have been noticing everything tonight. Parts, wood, skin, rope, hands, silence between taps. And we can also notice roles inside an ensemble. In some descriptions, there is a larger drum that leads, a mother drum, and there is a middle drum that answers, and there is a smaller drum that keeps a steady heartbeat. Again, in simple words, one voice, one response, one steady pulse. And this is how many healthy systems work. One part leads. One part answers. One part keeps everything from falling apart. Now, some accounts speak of trance. The idea that an Òrìṣà can descend into a devotee for a time. We will not make this scary. We will not make it cinematic. We will simply note that rhythm can change a human state. You already know this. You have been soothed by a lullaby. You have been moved by a hymn. You have been steadied by a chant. So in this gentle frame, trance is just a word for deep attention. Deep attention that allows the ordinary self to loosen its grip. And now we can make the rhythm part of your night. No drum required. You already have a pulse. You can listen for it faintly. Not hunting, just noticing. And if you cannot hear it, that is fine. You can use the breath instead. In and out. And if you like, you can imagine the rhythm as a bridge between Orun and Ashé. Not a bridge you have to cross. Just a bridge that exists. Some knowledge is not stored in books. Some knowledge is stored in leaves, in roots, in bark, in the smell that rises when you crush a plant between your fingers. In many Yoruba accounts, the Òrìṣà associated with herbal knowledge is sanyìn. And to keep this sleep friendly, we can treat sanyìn as the quiet forest itself, the place where light is filtered, the place where names are whispered, the place where remedies grow slowly without applause. Now, some stories about sanyìn are symbolic in a way that can sound strange if told too sharply. They describe a figure with an uneven body. One eye, one arm, one leg. For our purposes, we do not need to stare at that image. We can translate the symbol into a gentler meaning. Focus. The kind of focus that comes from spending a long time with one domain. And one teaching story says that knowledge of herbs was once gathered and guarded, stored high, kept away. And then a wind came, and the wind shook the storage, and secrets scattered. Again, simple translation. Knowledge wants to move. Remedies want to reach people. And even when knowledge is guarded, life finds a way to distribute it. Now, let us do what we have been doing all night. Let us take note, not of specific plants, because we do not need a pharmacopoeia tonight. We will notice sensations. The smell of crushed leaf, green, wet, cool. The smell of bark, dry, earthy, slightly bitter. The feel of a root in the hand, fibrous, resistant, patient. The sound of leaves being sorted, not rushed, just arranged. And if you need one simple moral to hang on that image, it can be this. Healing is often slow. It is often quiet. And it is often made of small repeated actions, like breathing in and out. Now, with the forest quiet around us, we can begin to talk about travel. Because these names did not stay in one place. They crossed waters, they crossed languages. Now we come to a quieter, historical kind of movement. Not wind, not river, but travel. Names crossing waters, stories crossing languages. And this part of the map must be handled with respect, because the travel was not always voluntary. Many Yoruba people and many West African people were forced across the Atlantic. And yet, in many places, the songs survived. The rhythms survived. The names survived, sometimes wearing new coats. For our purposes, we can treat this as a language drift, as shipping labels, as translation, and we can keep it calm and factual. In Cuba, you may hear a tradition called Lucumi, and you may hear the word Santeria. In Brazil, you may hear Candomblé, and the word Òrìṣà. In Haiti, you may hear Voodoo, and you may hear roles that resemble the Yoruba roles, even when the spirit taxonomy is different. So let us take a slow braid of correspondences with the understanding that correspondences are never perfect mirrors. Correspondences. Eshu as a gatekeeper role may appear as Elegua in Lukumi contexts. Ògún, iron and work, may appear as Ògún or Ogum depending on language. Oshun, sweet water, may appear as Ochun or Oxum. Yemọja, mother water, may appear as Yemọja or Yemọja. Shango, thunder, may appear as Shango or Ṣàngó. Obatala, white cloth and foam, may appear as Obatala or Oksala. And in some places, Catholic saints became masks, not because the Orisha were replaced, but because survival required camouflage. It is a hard history, but the pattern is clear. People keep what keeps them, and when the outer language changes, the inner functions can remain. And we can allow this to become soothing too. It means that a good map is portable. It can be folded. It can be carried. It can be unfolded in a new place. And now, after this long travel, the story can return to a quieter room. Back to breath. Back to the night. Let us stay a little longer with the travel. Because travel explains why you may see the same presence wearing different clothing. And again, we say it with respect. In many diaspora settings, people were forced to hide their religion. So they used camouflage. They used saints as outer coats. And whether you agree with the theology of that strategy is not our problem. Our observation is simpler. Humans are practical, and love is stubborn. People keep what keeps them. And because music is hard to confiscate, music carried a lot of the system. Drum patterns, call and response, names embedded in songs. And because language is also flexible, language carried the rest. Eshu becomes Elegua in some contexts. Shango becomes Shango or Ṣàngó. Oshun becomes Ochun or Oxum. Not because the original was erased, but because the tongue adjusts to the mouth that speaks it. And sometimes, as traditions meet, roles overlap. Gatekeeper roles in different West African systems can merge. Iron and war families can merge. Water mother figures can merge. Again, we do not need to solve it tonight. We can treat it like a map drawn on fabric. When you fold fabric, the lines move. When you unfold it, the lines are still there. So if you are someone who encountered the Òrìṣà through diaspora names first, that is fine. It means you found the map by a different door. And doors are part of the system. Now let us do something extremely sleep-friendly. Let us make a small dictionary. Not for studying, for drifting. This is a set of names you may encounter and the calm idea behind them. You do not need to remember. You only need to hear the rhythm of the names. Entry 1. Olodumare. The source. The distant vastness. Entry 2. Orun. The sky ruler name used in some contexts. The witness name. Entry 3. Ohlofi. One diaspora framing of a supervisory aspect. Another label on the same cabinet. Entry 4. Òrìṣà. The presences. The functions. The bridges. Entry 5. Lukumi. A name for Yoruba-derived practice in Cuba. Also a marker of language and lineage. Entry 6. Candomblé. A Brazilian setting where the Orishas are honored with drums and dance. Entry 7. Òrìṣà. The Portuguese spelling of Òrìṣà in that context. Now, a list within the list. The same door wearing different coats. Eshu, Elegba, Elegua, the gate. Ògún, Ògún, Ògún. Iron. Shango, Shango, Shango. Thunder. Oshun, Ochun, Oksum. Sweetwater. Yemọja, Yemọja, Yemọja. Mother water. Obatala, Obatala, Oksala, white cloth. And one more sleepy reminder. Names are not the whole thing. The function is the whole thing. If you know what a door does, you can find the door even if the sign is different. Let us stay with the ocean sound a little longer. Because ocean sound is one of the easiest ways to quiet a busy mind. It is large. It is repetitive. It does not have sharp edges. And because this episode includes travel, the ocean sound is also part of the story. Again, we handle it respectfully. We do not dramatize pain. We only acknowledge distance. Distance is a theme of this cosmology. Distance between realms. Distance between languages. Distance between continents. So we will do an ocean noticing. Notice the sound of water that never stops. The sound of a wave arriving and leaving, arriving and leaving. The sound that is the same but not identical. Notice the smell of salt in the air, the dampness on skin, the way cloth feels heavier near the sea. Notice the horizon line, the clean simplicity of a straight line, the mind resting on a line without trying to solve it. Now, because we have already done a language drift braid, we do not need new facts. We only need the feeling that names can float. Names float the way boats float, not by magic, by balance. And people carry names the way they carry seeds, wrapped, protected. So the ocean becomes a kind of shelf in our filing cabinet. Draw label crossing. And inside that drawer are many small labels. Lukumi, Candomblé, different places, different codes. And we can let the names become only sounds. Lukumi, Candomblé. And then we let them dissolve back into ocean. Now another noticing. Portable things. A song that can be sung quietly. A rhythm tapped on a table. A prayer spoken without needing an altar. A proverb carried in memory. Things that survive because they are ordinary. Breath, water, food, work, rest. Now, the sleep-friendly trick is to let the ocean sound do the work. You do not have to follow every sentence. You can follow only the wave. Arrive. Leave. Arrive. Leave. And if you need a word to put on the wave, put this one. Aimé. Breath. In and out. Now we look up. Not sharply. Not with questions. Just with the gentle attention of someone lying on their back. In the language of our map, the sky realm is called Orun, and the lived realm is called Ashé. And between them, in the simple visual sense, there is a roof of darkness. So let us do a night sky noticing. Noticing is a soft kind of attention. It does not demand decisions. It only asks you to notice one thing and then another. First, the darkness itself. Darkness is not empty. Darkness is a cloth. It covers the day. It quiets the corners. And for sleep, darkness is permission. Now, the cloud series. Cloud 1. A thin cloud that looks like smoke. It drifts so slowly you cannot tell if it moved until you look again. Cloud 2. A thick cloud that hides everything. not hiding like a threat, hiding like a blanket. Cloud 3. A cloud with a bright edge where the moon touches it. Silver stitching on dark cloth. Now the moon series. Moon 1. A full moon. Round. Calm. Moonlight on leaves looks like dust. Moon 2. A thin moon, like a fingernail, like a small smile that does not need to be explained. Moon 3. No moon, only dark. And in that dark, the mind can stop trying to read the sky. Now, the star series. We will not do astronomy facts. We will do simple noticing. Star 1, a single bright point, steady. Star 2, a cluster like spilled salt. Many small lights that do not ask you to name them. Star 3, a star that disappears when a cloud crosses, then returns. Returning is a theme for sleep. Now the distance series. Distance is one of the main feelings of this whole cosmology. Not distance as abandonment. Distance as structure. Distance gives space for bridges. Distance gives space for messages. And for now, distance gives space for your thoughts to be small. Now, let us do a simple roof check. Things above you, even if you cannot see them. Air, cloud, darkness, moon, star. And below you, things that hold you. Floor, bed, pillow, and inside you, the small river of breath. Yemi, in and out. We can stay here a little longer. We can watch the sky do nothing. And by doing nothing, the sky teaches your mind that it can also do nothing. We can stay with the sky a little longer. Because the sky is one of the most reliable, boring things. It is always above you. And it does not ask you to do anything. Loop 1. Darkness, cloud, darkness again. Loop 2, one bright point, then 2, then many, but you do not count them. Loop 3, the moon, if it is there. And if it is not there, the space where it would be. Loop 4. Your breath under the sky. Eme. In and out. And now, dear listener, we can fold the map again. We have named 2 rooms, Orun and Ashé. We have named a source, Olodumare, and we have named a current, Ashé. We have visited a gate. We have sat at a quiet table. We have touched white cloth. We have listened to iron. We have followed water. We have felt wind. We have stepped into the forest. And if you remember nothing else, you can remember the simplest shape, distance, and bridge. And you can remember that the bridge is not one plank. It is a network, many function, many textures. And now we can return to the smallest thing we started with. Your breath. Amy. In and out. You do not need to solve anything tonight. You do not need to hold a whole map in your mind. You can let it be folded. You can let it sit beside you like a book you will return to later. If your thoughts are busy, you can give them a very small job. Count the breaths. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 4 breaths, 5 breaths. And then if you forget the count, that is perfect. Because forgetting is part of sleep. And as the night continues, the story can become background. Like water behind a wall. Like wind in distant trees. Ime, in and out. And so the map rests. And so you rest. If you are still awake, we can do the gentlest kind of work. We can do nothing. And we can do it carefully. Let your attention rest at the forehead. Not concentrating, just resting. Let the eyebrows be heavy. Let the eyes be soft behind the eyelids. Let the jaw unclench. If the teeth are touching, let them separate. Let the tongue rest. Like a quiet fish at the bottom of a bowl. Now bring the attention to the throat. Not swallowing, not adjusting. Just noticing the throat as a passage. Air passes through. Breath passes through. Emi. In and out. Now the shoulders. Let the shoulders drop by 1 small inch. You do not need to carry the day here. The day is finished. Now the arms. Upper arm, forearm, hand, fingers. Let the fingers be useless for a while. No scrolling, no gripping. Now the chest. Notice the rise and fall. It rises. It falls. And you do not have to improve it. Breathing is already happening. Now the belly. Let the belly be soft. Let it be unguarded. Now the hips. Heavy. Supported. Now the legs, thighs, knees, calves, feet. Let the feet stop trying to stand. And now, let us do one more gentle recap of the whole episode, but in the smallest possible way. 2 realms, 1 breath, many bridges. And if your mind tries to turn it into homework, give it a simpler task. Repeat 1 word. Ashé. Not as a command, as a softness. Or repeat 1 word. Ori, the inner lamp. Or repeat 1 word. Emi, breath. And if you do not want words at all, that is fine. Let the words dissolve. Let the story dissolve into the sound of the night. And now we do what this project likes to do at the end. We loop back. Not because we ran out of story, but because loops are how sleep arrives. The mind relaxes when it knows what comes next. So we return to the simplest map, above and here, Orun and Ashé, and between them bridges. And now, because you're listening at night, we can treat your bed as the center of the map. Your bed is Ashé. Your thoughts are like clouds. Your breath is like a river. And if you want a bridge to hold on to this. Breath. Ich me. In and out. Now let us do a very slow count again, but with softer edges. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now we can let the count dissolve. If you lose the count, do not pick it up. Let it fall. The floor can hold it. And now, one more gentle return to Ori. The inner head, the small lamp. You do not have to keep the whole house lit. Just one lamp is enough. And now let us do the simplest possible check of safety. Check. The room is quiet. The door is closed, or it can be imagined as closed. The body is supported. The night is doing its job. And now, if you are still awake, you can choose one word to repeat until it becomes meaningless. Amy. 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 And when it becomes meaningless, that is good. Because meaning is for daylight. Night is for rhythm. And now we do the last gentle thing. We let the story become background. No more teaching. No more names. Just rhythm. In and out. Above and here. Orun and Ashé. In and out. If you are still awake, you can count again. Not because counting is important, but because counting is boring in the best way. We will count breaths. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 4 breaths, 5 breaths, 6 breaths, 7 breaths, 8 breaths, 9 breaths, 10 breaths. And now we can do it again, but slower. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if you fall asleep in the middle, that is perfect. Now we do a quiet noticing of peace. This is not drama. It is a list of ordinary things. Ordinary things are the best anchors. Notice the weight of the blanket, not heavy, just present. Notice the pillow, holding the head, holding the jaw, holding the thoughts even when the thoughts pretend they are not held. Notice the bed, holding the hips, holding the legs, holding the feet. Notice the room temperature. Cool enough, warm enough. Notice the sound of the building, the small creaks, the small shifts, the tiny evidence that the world is settling. Notice the distance between you and tomorrow. Tomorrow is not here. Tomorrow is outside the room. Notice the permission to pause, permission to stop solving, permission to let the world be slightly messy for a few hours. Notice the breath. It arrives, it leaves. Amy, in and out. Notice the shoulders dropping again, not all at once, just one small step lower. Notice the hands, empty hands, hands that are not working, hands that are allowed to be hands without doing anything useful. Notice the face, forehead smooth, eyes soft, jaw loose. Notice the tongue resting, not speaking, not rehearsing, not explaining anything to anyone. Notice the chest rising, the chest falling. Notice the belly softening, no armor needed, no bracing needed. Notice the legs heavy, the feet heavy, gravity doing its quiet job. Now, because we used the words tutu and gibegbohna earlier, we return to only one. Tutu, coolness. And we can repeat it a few times until it becomes only a sound. Tutu, tutu, tutu. Now we build a ladder out of breath, one rung at a time. You do not climb it. You simply notice that it is there. First rung. In and out. Second rung. In and out. Third rung. In and out. Fourth rung. In and out. Fifth rung. In and out. Now we add the word again. In me. In and out. Ehame. In and out. Ehme. In and out. And now we make it even more boring. We count to 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And now there is nothing left to do. Now we do a handful of soft things. Soft things are the opposite of urgency. Soft things do not demand. They allow. Notice the softness of a blanket edge, the softness of cotton after many washes, the softness of a pillow seam, the softness of air against the cheek, the softness of the room light becoming darker, the softness of a thought dissolving before it finishes, soft sounds, the soft sound of a distant car, the soft sound of a building settling, the soft sound of wind that never enters the room, the soft sound of your own breath when you stop listening too hard, soft permissions, the softness of letting your hands be empty, the softness of not answering, the softness of a message left unread until morning, the softness of a plan that can wait, soft drifting, the soft forgetting that comes before sleep, the soft blurring of details, the soft merging of thoughts into one low hum. And now we can repeat the same soft ideas in a slightly different order. Softness again. Cotton. Air. Darkness. Silence sound again. Wind far away. Building settling. Your breath. Permission again. No solving. No fixing. No rushing. And now we make it even simpler. We repeat one short sentence until it becomes background noise. The room is soft. The room is soft. The room is soft. And now the breath again. In and out. We will recap the map again. Not because you must remember it, because repetition is soothing. Recap 1. 2 realms. 1 above, 1 here. Orun and Ayé. Recap 2. Distance and bridges. Bridges are functions. Bridges are tools. Bridges are water. Bridges are doors. Recap 3. The Òrìṣà are the bridges. Not a list to memorize. A system to rest inside. Recap 4. The gate, the table, the cloth, the iron, the water, the wind, the forest. Recap 5. The names travel. The functions remain. And now we do the simplest recap of all. Breath. Amy. In and out. We can repeat that 3 more times. Breath. In and out. Breath. In and out. Breath. In and out. We can drift a little longer. And drifting is not effort. Drifting is the absence of effort. So we will do a final repetition sequence. Sequence 1. The room is quiet. The body is heavy. The mind can loosen. Sequence 2. Shoulders down. Jaw loose. Hands empty. Sequence 3. Breath in. Breath out. Now we repeat the same idea with slightly different words. Quiet, heavy, soft, quiet, heavy, soft. And now, tiny permissions. Permission to stop thinking in full sentences. Permission to let a thought begin and then end. Permission to not follow the thought. Permission to leave the thought on the floor. And now we do one last count, but not a strict count. We count until we forget. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if you forgot already, that is the point. Now the word again. Ehme. 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 We will do one last quiet noticing. Not because we need anything from it, because boring can be kind. Notice the feeling of nothing needing you right now. Notice the feeling of tomorrow being far away. Notice the feeling of your mind getting less sharp. Notice the feeling of your body being more honest than your thoughts. Notice the feeling of your eyes not needing to open again for a while. Now we repeat 3 simple phrases. Safe, soft, slow. Safe, soft, slow. Safe, soft, slow. And now one last breath ladder, but shorter. In and out. In and out. In and out. And now we leave you in the quiet. Now we do a silent series. Silence is not empty. Silence is a soft container. Silence 1. The silence after you turn off a screen. Silence 2. The silence after you finish a conversation and you are alone again. Silence 3. The silence of a room when everyone is asleep. Silence 4. The silence of a kitchen at night. Pots still. Spoons resting. Silence 5. The silence of a street after rain. Everything damp. Everything softened. Now we add breath into the silence. Because breath is a quiet sound that belongs inside silence. In and out. In and out. And now, one last repetition sentence. The silence is doing the work now. The silence is doing the work now. The silence is doing the work now. We are very close to the end now. So we keep it extremely small. Loop 1. Breath. 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 Loop 2. Quiet. 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 Loop 3. Heavy. 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 Now one last gentle sentence. You can stop listening. You can let the story go. And now breath again. In and out. We will add one more soft page to the end of the story. Not because you need it. Because the mind likes to feel that there is still time. So let us do a gentle page-turning rhythm. Page 1. You are here. The room is holding you. The night is holding the room. Page 2. You do not have to be productive. You do not have to prove anything. You do not have to replay the day in order to deserve rest. Page 3. Thoughts can come, and thoughts can go. You do not have to chase them. You do not have to wrestle them. Page 4. Your only job is to be heavy. Your only job is to be soft. Your only job is to breathe. Page 5. Breath is enough. In and out. Breath is enough. In and And now, just breathe. No counting. No organizing. No remembering. Just breathe. In and out. In and out. In and out. And if the mind speaks, let it speak quietly. Do not answer. Do not argue. Just breathe. This is the last line of the night. You do not need to hold anything now. You can let your attention fall down into the pillow. You can let your attention fall down into the mattress. You can let your attention fall down into the floor. And as it falls, you can breathe. In and out. And now, a few extra breaths.